Chapter 297. The battle for the Water Moon treasure had entered the final, critical moment. The three true Spirit Realm experts decided to work together to defeat Zhao Feng. Behind him, the green-robed Taoist, the flower-dressed woman, and another pirate had knocked out the head of the Bai family. Bai Qiaoyu's mobility was sealed to prevent her from committing suicide. The current situation could be said to be foolproof for the three parties who had joined hands. Let's kill this kid first and split the treasures evenly. Then we can discuss the ownership of the mystic flower treasured Bible. The fan-flying bandit's face lit up. He had decided that once he killed Zhao Feng, he would obtain the three-flowered treasured lotus, no matter the price. At that time, even if he was injured, he had the Water Moon Immortal Peach Fan to attack and the three-flowered treasured lotus to defend. He was basically invincible. What should we do? Heiyun Master was like an ant on a hot pan. Although Zhao Feng had reached half a step into the true spirit realm and refined the three-flowered treasured lotus, it was still far from enough to block the combined attacks of three at the true spirit realm unless he could reach the true spirit realm. Finally, at this moment, Zhao Feng slowly got up and took off his blindfold. A condensed aura of the half-step true spirit realm radiated from his body, which was indescribable compared to those at the half-step true spirit realm. The chi of half-step true spirit has reached 10 to 20%. Heiyun Grandmaster's eyes brightened for a moment before dimming again. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was useless. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Feng was basically on par with Heiyun Master. However, even if the chi of half-step true spirit reached 90%, it was only half-step and not the true spirit realm. Ha! Blue-haired brat, you still want to put up a stubborn resistance even now? The severed blood, bald eagle laughed maniacally and licked its lips. TSK, TSK, what trump cards do you have? Take them all out. The fan-flying bandit was not afraid. Master Bai's expression was indifferent, but there was a trace of vigilance in his heart. The calm expression on Zhao Feng's face had not changed since he entered the Water Moon treasure trove. Buzz! Zhao Feng merged his half-step true spirit chi into the three-flowered treasured lotus. In an instant, dazzling tri-colored petals protected Zhao Feng and Heiyun Master. Heiyun Master laughed bitterly and transferred his true power into Zhao Feng's body. Grandmaster, you should act according to the situation and save Miss Bai. Zhao Feng's voice resounded in Heiyun Master's mind. If I go and save her, what about you? Moreover, with my strength alone, how can I be a match for the green-robed old Taoist and the others? Heiyun Master almost vomited blood. Leave everything to me. Just do as I say. Zhao Feng's voice stopped abruptly. Bang! Pung! Boom! The attacks from the three true spirit realms landed on Zhao Feng at the same time. The three-colored petals around the three-flowered, treasured lotus dimmed at a visible rate. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few breaths of time. At this moment, Zhao Feng made his move. He took a deep breath, and his deep blue left eye seemed to turn into a cold pond that led to a bottomless abyss. A bone-chilling coldness seeped into the mental energy dimension. The three true spirit realms that were attacking instantly felt a coldness that made their hearts uneasy. Now that I have the foundation of a half-step true spirit realm, my mental energy is comparable to those at the true spirit realm. With the God's spiritual eye, I'm unparalleled amongst those at the same cultivation level. A bone-chilling light flashed in the center of Zhao Feng's crystal-like left eye. Shua! Master Bai and the severed blood pirate froze. The struggle on their faces was covered by endless greed and viciousness. Kill! Master Bai and the severed blood pirate leapt towards the strongest fan-flying bandit. You too! The fan-flying bandit exclaimed and could only stop attacking Zhao Feng to deal with the frenzied attacks of Master Bai and the severed blood pirate. The scene was chaotic. Master Bai and the severed blood pirate had lost their minds and charged towards the fan-flying bandit. The fan-flying bandit had no choice but to wave his water moon god Peach fan and counterattack. What's going on? Heiyun Master was dazed. Why would Master Bai and the severed blood pirate attack the fan-flying bandit? On the three-flowered, treasured lotus throne, Zhao Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His blue hair blew in the wind, and his expression was cold. One of his hands floated in the air as if he was controlling the heavens and earth. His left eye was bottomless and cold, as if it could freeze space itself. If one looked closely, they would find that Master Bai and the severed blood pirate's eyes flashed with a faint blue light. These people's mental energy level is on par with mine, but they've all been blinded by greed. I've used my god's spiritual eye to create a mental energy illusion. How can they block it? A cold smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Under the same cultivation level, he only needed one glance to decide the outcome of the battle. However, the situation wasn't so simple. Of the three at the true spirit realm, the fan-flying bandit's mental energy level was higher than Zhao Feng's and was close to the true mystic rank. Therefore, Zhao Feng's targets were Master Bai and the severed blood pirate. How is this possible? Your eye bloodline can bewitch and control them? No! Your mental energy level has reached the true human rank. The fan-flying bandit was stunned. He couldn't help but take in a cold breath. At this point in time, he understood that the biggest enemy in the Water Moon Treasury wasn't the severed blood-bald eagle or Master Bai. The most terrifying enemy was this youth. At this point in time, Heiyun Master understood, and the shock on his face was replaced by joy. He suddenly understood what Zhao Feng had said in the 9 rooms. From now on, I control the situation. That's right. At this point in time, Zhao Feng had successfully controlled the situation. Not only had he obtained the essence of the treasury and refined the 3-flowered, treasured lotus, he had also controlled the situation. How did you control 2 at the true spirit realm? Heiyun Master was in disbelief. In reality, Zhao Feng couldn't control 2 at the true spirit realm at the same time. This was a type of bewitchment and manipulation, similar to sowing discord. If Master Bai and the severed blood-bald eagle weren't greedy, they wouldn't have been affected by the mental energy illusion. Furthermore, the 3-flowered, treasured lotus under Zhao Feng's feet had a hypnotizing effect. What are you waiting for? Zhao Feng's voice sounded in his mental energy dimension. Yes, yes. Heiyun Master understood. He was going to save Bai Qiaoyu, but Bai Qiaoyu was being held hostage by 3 half-step true spirit realm experts, and the head of the Bai family had been knocked out. Heiyun Master's cultivation was the lowest amongst the half-step true spirit realm experts. How could he save her? In the corner, the azure-robed Taoist and the flower-dressed girl had gaping mouths as they couldn't imagine the chaotic scene. Right at this moment, Heiyun Master charged over. Plop, plop, plop. The azure-robed Taoist and the other 2 half-step true spirit realm experts all knelt on the ground in a breath's time. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They were exhausted to the extreme and couldn't muster up any energy, as if they had been tortured for several days and nights. Heiyun Master was dazed, but from Bai Qiaoyu's angle, she could see everything clearly. In that instant, Zhao Feng's gaze swept over, and the 3 half-step true spirit realm experts all lost their battle power. What kind of method was this? Bai Qiaoyu's heart moved as she looked at the blue-haired youth. He definitely wants to use my blood of Yin to obtain the mystic flower treasured Bible. Bai Qiaoyu was slightly sad in her heart, but thinking about it, it wasn't unacceptable to give her first time to this youth who wasn't much older than her. At least it was better than being taken by those thieves. At this moment in time, her imagination ran wild. Right at this moment, the situation changed once again. Due to Zhao Feng being distracted and dealing with the azure-robed Taoist, and the other two, the effect on the two true spirit realm experts was greatly reduced. Master Bai and the severed blood bald eagle had almost recovered. Woo! Zhao Feng took a deep breath and circulated his god's spiritual eye to the maximum as he released the 3-flowered, treasured lotus fragrance. Soon, the two true spirit realm experts once again leapt towards the fan-flying bandit. Shua! The 3-flowered, treasured lotus under Zhao Feng's feet suddenly shook. The 3-flowered, treasured lotus brought Zhao Feng to the mystic flower treasured Bible. At this moment in time, the mystic flower treasured Bible was right in front of Zhao Feng's eyes. Not good. This brat wants the mystic flower treasured Bible. The fan-flying bandit's expression changed dramatically. He saw Heiyun Master bring Bai Qiaoyu over to Zhao Feng's side. Zhao Feng used the fragrance of the 3-flowered, treasured lotus and the power of the god's spiritual eye to stop the fan-flying bandit. Bai Qiaoyu's clear eyes flashed with tears as she looked at the blue-haired youth who had single-handedly controlled the situation. Zhao Feng didn't even need to use force. One of the 3-flowered, treasured lotus fragrance could even affect those at the true spirit realm. However, Bai Qiaoyu had already prepared her heart. This youth had an eye bloodline, and such a noble bloodline that had saved her from the tiger's mouth. If she had to sacrifice herself, she would only choose Zhao Feng. This was the only person she had a good impression of. Little brother! Heiyun Master brought Bai Qiaoyu in front of Zhao Feng with a complex expression. At this point in time, Zhao Feng was in control of everything. As long as he destroyed Bai Qiaoyu's body, he would be able to obtain the mystic flower treasured Bible and open the exit. Everything, let's end this. Zhao Feng suddenly took a deep breath and circulated his qi of half-step true spirit, lightning, and bloodline power into his palm. His palm was surrounded by dark green lightning, condensed to the extreme and dazzling. Let's end this. Zhao Feng's strongest attack landed on the mystic flower treasured Bible. Boom! In the next instant, the purple copper coffin started to shake. Crack! The cracking of the mystic ice crystal triggered a series of mechanisms. Oh my God, what are you doing? The fan-flying bandit felt that the entire secret tomb was sinking and was about to collapse at any moment. You actually, Heiyun Master was dazed. The Water Moon Pirate's corpse had already said that if he forcefully took the mystic flower treasured Bible, the entire Water Moon Cave would collapse. Rumble. The entire Water Moon Cave started to shake. The fan-flying bandit was stunned and fearful as he pointed at Zhao Feng with a trembling voice. Master Bai and the severed blood-bald eagle, who had just woken up, were also stunned by the scene in front of them. Bai Qiaoyu was also dazed. You actually... Everyone stared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't move and thought in his heart, I have the 3-flowered, treasured lotus. Even if this place collapses, I still have a chance to escape. At this moment, the mystic flower treasured Bible also landed in his hands, but a layer of cracks appeared on its surface. The weird thing was that the Water Moon Cave only shook for a moment, but it didn't actually collapse. Chapter 298. The rumbling mausoleum slowly calmed down. 3rd floor of the coffin. Dead silence. Everyone held their breaths as their eyes locked onto the mystic flower treasured Bible in Zhao Feng's hand. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mystic flower treasured Bible as if it could shatter at any moment. Brat, stop! The fan-flying bandit roared as his eyes turned red. This was a sacred art of the wicked path. How could it be destroyed? The severed blood pirate, azure robe Taoist, flower dress girl, and company all had nervous expressions. The mystic flower treasured Bible was a sacred art of the wicked path that could absorb yin and yang, allowing one to progress extremely quickly. This art was the foundation of the Water Moon Pirate when he was alive. You're really going to destroy it? Heiyun Master couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Zhao Feng would have the courage to destroy the mystic flower treasured Bible. Tears flickered in by Chiao's eyes as she looked at the cold youth in front of her. Her heart was deeply moved. She had already prepared herself to sacrifice herself to help him. However, Zhao Feng's actions had shocked everyone. He wasn't afraid of destroying the mystic flower treasured Bible. If the Watermoon Cave was going to collapse, then let it collapse. Following the evolution of the god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng's personality had become even colder and more domineering. His left eye was a faint blue of ice, like a cold pond that led to an endless realm of death. Crack! Lightning flashed in Zhao Feng's palm, and under everyone's gaze, the mystic flower treasured Bible was crushed into pieces. After the 100-flower sack, Zhao Feng had also destroyed the mystic flower treasured Bible. 2 of the Watermoon 4 treasures had already been destroyed by Zhao Feng. The fan-flying bandit, was dazed as his body trembled with endless anger. Wah! A trickle of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The sacred items of the wicked path, the 100-flower sack and the mystic flower treasured Bible, had been destroyed by this youth in front of him. You destroyed the mystic flower treasured Bible. Master Bai could barely breathe as he spoke. The severed blood bald eagle, the green-robed old Taoist, and the others were stunned. I've destroyed the mystic flower treasure book. Will the Watermoon cavern collapse, or? Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. If he was not wrong, the key mechanisms of the Watermoon Cave were integrated into the mystic flower treasured Bible. Rumble! The Watermoon cavern and the purple copper coffin began to shake violently again, causing everyone to lose their footing. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter suddenly resounded through the entire Watermoon Cave. Everyone's hearts trembled. This voice did not come from anyone present. Master! The youth's body shook as he stared at the crystal coffin. That laughter came from the crystal coffin. The Watermoon pirate's body was once again reconstructed, and his eyes were like lightning as he radiated a pressure that wasn't any weaker than the true Lord rank. Master! The fan-flying bandit and the flower-dressed girl kneeled on the ground with faces full of fear. Fated one, I admire your courage. The Watermoon pirate slowly got up, his life energy rising strangely. Master, you've been resurrected. The fan-flying bandit duo were stunned. Resurrected? Zhao Feng found it hard to believe. Had the Watermoon pirate really been resurrected? Heiyun Master's face was full of shock as he stared at the Watermoon pirate, who was no different from a normal person. There was thought and intelligence in the Watermoon pirate's eyes. It wasn't a simple reconstructed. When I set up the mechanisms, I set up 2 endings, one in the light and one in the dark. The one in the light was to sacrifice the blood of Een to obtain the mystic flower treasured Bible and continue my legend. As for the 2 that luckily escaped, it was just my intention. Cunning flashed in the Watermoon pirate's eyes. Hearing this, Master Bai and the severed blood bald eagle's expressions became slightly ugly. So, all of this was the Watermoon pirate's plan. Of the 2 people who escaped from the mausoleum, one brought out a messy map, and the other brought out information about the blood of Een. And this is just the one in the light. From now on, there's another Watermoon pirate. Mockery appeared on the Watermoon pirate's face. Everyone paused. The Watermoon pirate roamed the continent 100 years ago. His name was well known, and he lived a carefree life. Wouldn't others be envious of his achievements? However, my greatest achievement was only escaping from the pursuit of a true Lord rank. Taking Een to replenish my yang isn't the Tao of the king. The Watermoon pirate took a deep breath as a weird light flashed in his eyes. His eyes scanned over his disciples and the fan-flying bandit before landing on Zhao Feng. Continuing my path and inheritance is just a small Tao and can't be compared to the true Tao of the king. That's why I fell into Empress Qin's hands. The Watermoon pirate stared closely at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression was wary, but he didn't back down. Then your ending. From this, we can see that the light is very small. So I set up another trap. Only those who are truly ambitious and courageous will dare to destroy the mystic flower treasured Bible. Only then will their future achievements surpass mine. The Water Moon Treasury is just a stepping stone for them. The Water Moon Pirate looked deeply at Zhao Feng, one in the light and one in the dark. One was to continue the inheritance, and the other was to surpass it. Compared to this, the latter was the bigger picture. Everyone's hearts shook when they heard this. The fan-flying bandit revealed a look of shame. With his personality, he would at most continue his master's inheritance. The one with the greatest courage was this youth who had touched the Water Moon Pirate's trap. "Master, how did you revive?" The flower-dressed girl asked carefully. "This is a secret technique from the heavens' legacy inheritance. It can seal the life force of a person when they were alive and turn it into another form. Even sovereigns at the origin core realm might not be able to see through it. One day in the future, through a special trigger, with the help of reflective reconstruction, I will be able to obtain a short period of false resurrection." The Water Moon Pirate explained. Zhao Feng indeed found that the life force of the Water Moon Pirate was fading as if he was about to die. The essence of this secret technique was to move the lifespan before death to a certain time after death. It didn't go against the laws of the heavens' path. Knowing the truth, the three at the true spirit realm let out a long breath. If the Water Moon Pirate really revived, even the three of them combined might not be his match. The heavens' legacy inheritance is indeed worthy of being the most ancient and mysterious. It even has such a secret technique. Heiyun Master was in awe. Shua! With a flash, the Water Moon Pirate disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Zhao Feng and slowly raised his hand. Zhao Feng didn't feel any enmity and stared straight at the Water Moon Pirate. The Water Moon Pirate's life force was quickly fading, and he wouldn't be able to live for long. On the other hand, Zhao Feng didn't fear mental energy techniques. Pa! The Water Moon Pirate's hand landed on Zhao Feng's body, and a surge of pure power entered his body. What? This is the source of true spirit. Master actually preserved his source of true spirit. The expressions of the fan-flying bandit and company changed dramatically. The so-called source of true spirit was the source of power of those at the true spirit realm and the source of their chi of true spirit. The Water Moon Pirate's cultivation back then was close to the true lord rank, and his source of true spirit had been sealed for 100 years. But he was still stronger than normal true mystic rank cultivators. Could this be the legendary enlightenment technique? Zhao Feng didn't move, but his god spiritual eye scanned every change in his body. The Water Moon Pirate didn't directly merge his source of true spirit into Zhao Feng's body, because that would shake the latter's foundation. He first used his source of true spirit to open up Zhao Feng's dantian and cleanse his body. Then he sealed most of his source of true spirit in the depths of Zhao Feng's dantian. This sealing technique was extremely mysterious and could temporarily change his power into another form. Zhao Feng felt his chi of half-step true spirit reach 50%. This wouldn't shake Zhao Feng's foundation. Firstly, Zhao Feng's mental energy level was high enough that he could control the true chi of true spirit as long as it wasn't too much. Secondly, the Water Moon Pirate had opened up his dantian, meridians, and body. Your mental energy level is so high. If you're willing, I can help you break through to the true spirit realm right now. The Water Moon Pirate said with joy, "Not right now." Zhao Feng's voice sounded in the Water Moon Pirate's mind. He had to rely on his own efforts step by step to increase his strength. Only then would his foundation be stable and his heart would be at ease. The Water Moon Pirate paused before laughing towards the sky. Good, good, good. I've underestimated you. With such a powerful source of mental energy and eye bloodline, even without the Water Moon Treasury, you can easily surpass me in the future. Soon. The Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit was sealed in Zhao Feng's body through a special method. Zhao Feng's qi of half-step true spirit had reached 50 to 60%, surpassing Heiyun Master. At this moment, 80 to 90% of the Water Moon Pirate's life force had disappeared. There's still one last secret inheritance. Don't resist with your mental energy. The Water Moon Pirate's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng retracted his mental energy and felt a surge of information enter his mind. This information was related to the Heaven's legacy inheritance and included some blueprints as well as a map. Heaven's legacy map. Zhao Feng was stunned and almost blurted out, "This is the Heaven's legacy map I stole from the Imperials. There are a total of 48 Heaven's legacy maps, and any one of them has the chance to comprehend some of the secrets of the Heaven's legacy inheritance." The Water Moon Pirate explained. After doing all this, the Water Moon Pirate's eyes dimmed as his life force disappeared to the limit. He returned to the crystal coffin and scanned over the youth in brocade and flower-dressed girl. "Jean, are you Master?" The fan-flying bandit and flower-dressed girl both trembled. Although the Water Moon Pirate was about to die, the dignity of their master couldn't be disobeyed. "The two of you can't be his enemy. If you're willing, you can become his servant. This is my will and advice." After saying this, the Water Moon Pirate's life force disappeared and he closed his eyes. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire Water Moon cave started to shake violently and it started to sink. A bronze door opened above everyone's head and shined brightly. "Don't be his enemy? How is it possible for us to be this brat's servant?" The youth in brocade and flower-dressed girl half kneeled on the ground as disdain flashed through their eyes. They didn't put the advice of the Water Moon Pirate to heart. Chapter 299. The Water Moon Cave shook violently and started to collapse. This time it was truly collapsing, and the entire cave would be buried under the riverbed. The only entrance was the shining bronze gate above their heads. "You guys leave first." Zhao Feng was the closest to the entrance and told Heiyun Master and Bai Cheyu to leave through the exit first. Then he stood on the 3-flowered treasured lotus and blocked the exit. "Zhao Feng, what are you doing?" The expressions of the fan-flying bandit and the severed blood bald eagle changed dramatically. Master Bai and the severed blood bald eagle's expressions also changed dramatically. Now that Zhao Feng had obtained the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit, his strength had increased dramatically. If he blocked the exit and used his god's spiritual eye and the 3-flowered treasured lotus, he might be able to keep them down. Zhao Feng's move was too vicious. Even at the last moment, he still had the initiative. "Zhao Feng, Master has already left a will. We won't be enemies with you anymore." The flower-dressed girl said anxiously. The entire Water Moon Cave was about to collapse, and even those at the true spirit realm wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had the 3-flowered treasured lotus and had the strongest defense. "Zhao Feng, leave. We won't make things hard for you." The fan-flying bandit said with a dark expression. They indeed didn't put the Water Moon Pirate's will to heart, but the current situation wasn't in their favor. If Zhao Feng wanted to block the exit and use his god's spiritual eye to affect the other two at the true spirit realm, they might actually have a chance to kill all of them. "AI, Zhao Feng, I didn't recognize MT Tai. Please let us live." Master Bai said, helplessly, dejected and lonely. When the Water Moon Pirate briefly came back to life and deciphered the layout, he understood that he had lost. In terms of schemes, he and the severed blood bald eagle had been tricked by the Water Moon Pirate 100 years ago. In terms of wits and courage, they had also lost to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's breadth of mind and strategy far surpassed them. He had opened up a dark plot and even won the Water Moon Pirate's praise. Of course, the most important thing was still Zhao Feng's strength. Even if old Bai and I teamed up, we would still be controlled by his eye bloodline. The severed blood, bald eagle revealed a bitter smile. The two of them had basically lost the courage to compete with Zhao Feng. The advice of the Water Moon Pirates will, as outsiders, they could see the deep meaning behind it. As a legendary figure of the past, how could the wisdom and foresight of the Water Moon Pirate be comparable to an ordinary person? At this moment, Zhao Feng had the advantage of time and place, advancing and retreating at will. His god spiritual eye had the ability to see through the mind of others. He had successfully controlled the emotions of Master Bai and the severed blood-bald eagle. The fan-flying bandit and the fan-flying bandit didn't listen to their master's advice and didn't give up. Zhao Feng knew this very well. You guys leave first. Zhao Feng moved to the side and his eyes scanned over Master Bai and the severed blood-bald eagle. Yes, yes. The group acted as if they had been pardoned and passed through the entrance. Zhao Feng only blocked the fan-flying bandit and the fan-flying bandit. Brat, don't go too far. Even if you have the 3 flowered, treasured lotus and masters, source of true spirit, you won't be able to break through to the true spirit realm in a short amount of time and won't be my match. The fan-flying bandit's expression was dark. In a one-on-one fight, he didn't fear Zhao Feng and had an 80 to 90% chance of winning. However, the problem was that the entire Water Moon Paradise was collapsing. If things went wrong, they would all be buried in the endless river. Because of the Water Moon Pirate, I'll let you live for now. The 3 flowered, treasured lotus under Zhao Feng's feet flashed and brought him through the bronze door. Only then did the fan-flying bandit and the fan-flying bandit let out a breath. If Zhao Feng wanted to block the entrance, he could use his god's spiritual eye and the 3 flowered, treasured lotus to block them for dozens of breaths. At that time, the entire Water Moon Paradise would collapse and they would most likely die. Shua! In the next instant, Zhao Feng appeared in the air above the river. The bronze door contained the power of a short-distance teleportation array. Zhao Feng knew arrays, so he naturally understood. Therefore, he could use the last moment of the Water Moon Paradise collapsing to escape and bury the fan-flying bandit and the fan-flying bandit forever. Shua! Shua! Soon, the fan-flying bandit and the fan-flying bandit also appeared in the air above the river. Everyone that passed through the entrance was teleported into the air above the river. Master Bai Qiaoyu, the severed blood-bald eagle, and company were all present. Zhao Feng, you're not the successor of the 100-flower chapter, but you dare to take my master's belongings. Hand over the 3 flowered, treasured lotus and everything else and cripple your own cultivation, and I'll let you live. The fan-flying bandit's face was twisted after escaping danger. A smile of mockery appeared on Zhao Feng's face. He had already expected this situation, but because of the Water Moon Pirate, he didn't go too far. Everyone, please move aside. Zhao Feng didn't allow them to say anything as the 3 flowered, treasured lotus under his feet trembled and a beautiful 3-colored lotus leapt through the air towards the fan-flying bandit. He didn't like to waste words. If they wanted to fight, then he would. In an instant, arcs of lightning surrounded Zhao Feng's body and the sound of thunder boomed in the air. The chi of half-step true spirit had reached 50 to 60%, and the power of Zhao Feng's lightning inheritance had reached a whole new level. At every moment, the power from his body was comparable to the lightning halo. In other words, it allowed the ring of lightning to continue exploding, and its power would only be stronger than before. The arcs of lightning seemed to have their own intelligence as they charged towards the fan-flying bandit and the fan-flying bandit. The flower-dressed girl instantly fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight. The fan-flying bandit was both shocked and angry as he waved his water moon god peach fan. A terrifying fan-shaped ripple spread out at a high speed and blew away the nearby trees and hills. Boom! The 2 powerful forces clashed in the air and the river water shot into the sky. A curtain of water dozens of yards high appeared between Zhao Feng and the fan-flying bandit. Master Bai, the severed blood-bald eagle, and company nearby clicked their tongues. Zhao Feng's current strength was comparable to the true human rank of the true spirit realm. The chi of half-step true spirit and normal true force are indeed different. The power of the first level of the lightning inheritance has been fully unleashed. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. Of course, he needed to merge his bloodline power into his attacks to increase his battle power. After all, the fan-flying bandit strength was much stronger than normal true human rank experts. Lightning globe. A half-a-foot-wide lightning globe condensed in Zhao Feng's palm and shot towards the fan-flying bandit. The fan-flying bandit gritted his teeth and tried to counterattack, but was unable to gain any advantage. In terms of offense, he had the water moon god Peach Fan, so he was obviously stronger than Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's three-flowered treasured lotus had strong defensive and support abilities that countered him. Of the water moon 4 treasures, the three-flowered treasured lotus was the most valuable and countered the water moon god Peach Fan. Damn it! My water moon god Peach Fan hasn't been refined yet and can't unleash its true power. The fan-flying bandit's cultivation and battle power surpassed normal true human rank experts, but he couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng. Once he got too close, Zhao Feng's three-flowered treasured lotus would give off a hypnotic scent that made him more tired. Zhao Feng's usage of the three-flowered treasured lotus became more and more proficient. Although the three-flowered treasured lotus didn't have any offensive abilities, it gave him powerful defense, movement, and support. Even if he can use the power of the true spirit realm and fight against the fan-flying bandit with the three-flowered treasured lotus, his cultivation is only at the half-step true spirit realm and can't absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi quickly. He shouldn't be able to last long. Master, I said deeply. Although it was rare for someone to use battle power above their cultivation, it couldn't last long. However, Zhao Feng's situation was slightly weird. He had a bloodline power that increased his battle power, and his god's spiritual eye that could see through everything had locked onto the Water Moon Pirate's flaws. However, this wasn't the main reason. Zhao Feng's dantian contained the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit. When the energy in his dantian was used up, a wisp of source of true spirit would seep in. Therefore, Zhao Feng's endurance was stronger than imagined. After a while, it was the fan-flying bandit who was affected by the hypnotic scent and was mentally tired. This is the chance. A cold light flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. Shua! The dazzling, tricolored lotus light streaked across the sky. Zhao Feng quickly moved in front of the fan-flying bandit. At the same time, the hypnotic scent was activated. You! The fan-flying bandit was about to counterattack when he suddenly felt a faint blue left eye. His mind suddenly shook, and he immediately struggled with all his might. A strange mental power was tempting and pulling at his mind consciousness. Under normal situations, the fan-flying bandit would be able to resist. However, after a while, he had been affected by the hypnotic scent and was mentally tired. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and pulled him into the illusion prison. An ice-blue space. The fan-flying bandit was bound by the blue chains of lightning. You, how is this possible? The fan-flying bandit struggled and finally revealed a look of fear. With Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, 10 hours here was equivalent to 1 breath outside. Outside, 1 breath of time quickly passed. The fan-flying bandit struggled and finally broke free from the illusion prison, but he was exhausted. Shua! A blade-like electric blade flashed in front of him. Ah! The fan-flying bandit, who had just woken up, screamed. His right arm had been cut off by Zhao Feng and blood splattered everywhere. 1 breath was enough to decide the outcome. At this point in time, the fan-flying bandit was mentally weak and had lost his soul. His right arm had been cut off and he screamed in pain. Master Bai, the severed blood-bald eagle, and the others who were nearby couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This youth is too terrifying. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but rejoiced that they didn't continue to be enemies with Xiao Feng and only watched from the side. Master Bai couldn't help but think of the advice the Water Moon Pirate gave to his 2 disciples before he died. According to the Water Moon Pirate, not only should they not be enemies with this youth, they should become his servants. The result was that the fan-flying bandit was at a disadvantage. The Water Moon Pirate is indeed worthy of being a legendary figure from 100 years ago. He has great foresight. Master Bai sighed in his heart. At this point in time, he had a deeper understanding of the Water Moon Pirate's last words. Brat, my 100-flower chapter will definitely not let you go. The fan-flying bandit screams pierced through the sky. He abandoned one of his arms and took the flower-dressed woman with him as he tore through the air. The flower-dressed girl was filled with regret as she thought of her master's wisdom and schemes. Why didn't she listen to his last words? Chapter 300. The cunning fan-flying bandit had paid the price of an arm and escaped with heavy injuries. The Water Moon Pirate's words still lingered in her ears. The 2 of you must not be enemies with him. If you're willing, you can become his servant. This is Master's will and advice. At this moment, the flower-dressed girl was filled with regret. Although the Shuewa pirate was dead, as a legendary figure who dominated the country 100 years ago, his foresight and last words could not be underestimated. Master, Master, when you were alive, I always listened to you and didn't dare to go against you. But you've been dead for 100 years. Let me make my own decision this time. Become his servant? Haha, what a joke. The fan-flying bandit didn't have any intentions of going back on his words. Instead, his competitive spirit was ignited, and he laughed coldly with a cruel expression. After I refine the Water Moon God Peach Fan, I'll use this opportunity to break through to the true mystic rank and rebuild the 100-flower chapter. At that time, I'll take back everything I've lost. The flower-dressed girl couldn't help but persuade. Brother Jean, we've obtained the Water Moon God Peach Fan and many treasures. Why don't we listen to Master and not be enemies with him? Humph. The Water Moon God Peach Fan can only be perfect when used with the 3 flowered treasured lotus. That brat's treasures are several times more valuable than ours, and he's also lost an arm. This hatred will be carved into my bones, and if I don't take revenge, I won't be able to get rid of my heart demon. The fan-flying bandit's eyes were cold and filled with hatred. This time he had meticulously planned for the Water Moon treasure trove and grasped all the opportunities. But unexpectedly, all of this was destroyed by the youth that had appeared out of nowhere. He was just about to obtain the 100-flower sack, but it was destroyed by this brat. His biggest advantage was the mechanism's master, but it was taken by this brat. The most valuable treasure, the 3-flowered treasured lotus, was stolen by this brat. In the end, even the evil path's mystic flower treasured cannon was destroyed by that youth in front of everyone. Unknowingly, this hatred had accumulated to the extreme and almost left a shadow in the fan-flying bandit's heart demon. If he didn't get rid of this mental barrier, his state of mind wouldn't be able to open up. The woman in the flower dress sighed in her heart and did not object anymore. According to the fan-flying bandit's plan, he indeed had the advantage. After all, he hadn't refined the Water Moon God Peach Fan yet and had hopes of reaching the true mystic rank. However, a woman's intuition told her that although senior Brother Jean seemed to have a great chance of winning, it was extremely likely that he would fail again. After all, back in the Water Moon Cave, the fan-flying bandit had the upper hand. But in the end, Xiao Feng was still able to turn the tables. Near the riverbank, Xiao Feng watched as the fan-flying bandit left. His mind was tired and his true force was quickly being consumed. The battle just then was dangerous. If it wasn't for his source of true spirit and the 3-flowered treasured lotus, he wouldn't have been able to slice off the fan-flying bandit's arm so easily. However, the battle just now was the most glorious battle of Xiao Feng's life. Even in the Canopy Great Country, it was rare for someone at the Ascended Realm to heavily injure someone at the True Spirit Realm and cut off an arm. One had to know that the fan-flying bandit strength was even stronger than First Elder of the Broken Moon clan. The true spirit realm had 3 realms: the true human rank, true mystic rank, and true lord rank. The fan-flying bandit had definitely reached the peak true human rank. In the 3 realms of heaven, there was a difference in strength between the 3 minor realms. For example, when one had just stepped into the true spirit realm, they would be at the beginning stages of the true human rank. After a bit of consolidation, they would be at the early stages of the true human rank, which was around high yin master's level. If one's understanding increased, they would be at the late stages of the true human rank. First Elder of the Broken Moon clan was between the late stages and peak stages of the true human rank. Zhao Feng had a hard time defeating the fan-flying bandit just then. But if it was someone at the early stages of the true human rank, like High Yin Master, they would be able to decide the outcome with just a sweep of their god's spiritual eye. If High Yin Master hadn't improved, I would be able to defeat him in one glance. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be excited. The experts at the true spirit realm that the clan couldn't even reach would be slain by him. Of course, with Zhao Feng's current strength, it wasn't enough for him to return to the 13 countries and change the Broken Moon clan situation. Up until today, First Elder's mission hadn't been completed yet. Everyone, I'll be leaving now. Zhao Feng didn't stay for long and said goodbye to Master Bai Cheyu, the severed blood-bald eagle and company. Master Bai, the severed blood-bald eagle, and the others had deep respect in their eyes. The fan-flying bandit that the 2 of them had teamed up against had been heavily injured by this youth. Brother Zhao, have a safe journey. The enmity from before has been written off. If you have time, come visit the Transverse Water Stronghold. If you need anything, you can come find the Severed Blood Pirates. Master Bai and the Severed Blood Bald Eagle said. Zhao Feng's strength had won their respect. Bai Qiaoyu waved her hands and jumped around excitedly. Only when the blue-haired youth walked further and further away did her expression become slightly disappointed. Heiyun Master also left with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng decided to send Heiyun Master to a safe place. You're going to the capital? We're going the same way. I have a friend at the true spirit realm there who can take refuge. Heiyun Master said with a smile. Zhao Feng put away the 3-flowered, treasured lotus and summoned the azure sharp swallow. The sky became wider and wider. The little thieving cat was still sleeping in the spiritual pet bag. Maybe it had eaten too many treasures in the water moon, secret cave, and couldn't digest them all. Zhao Feng found that the little thieving cat had entered a special stage of evolution. He wore the Heaven Luo mystic robe and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Zhao Feng's cultivation was high enough, and he had the source of true spirit within his body. His comprehension speed was extremely fast. Breaking through to the true spirit realm was just a matter of time. It could be as short as 1 or 2 months, or as long as half a year. Apart from cultivating, Zhao Feng also organized his gains from the Water Moon Treasury. Mystic Flower Saint Liquid, Life Extending Pill, Mystic Snake Blood Whip, 3-flowered Treasured Lotus, Sky Mystic Treasure Robe, 100 Dissolving Pill, 5 Elemental Piercing Crystal. These resources and treasures greatly increased Zhao Feng's potential. The most valuable was the 3-flowered Treasured Lotus. Next was the Mystic Snake Blood Whip, Sky Mystic Treasure Robe, and Mystic Flower Saint Liquid. The Mystic Snake Blood Whip was a unique weapon that could absorb the blood of experts to increase its quality. The Sky Mystic Treasure Robe was impervious to fire and water and almost indestructible. As long as it was worn, it could absorb energy attacks without using true force. The Mystic Flower Saint Liquid could increase the chances of reaching the true mystic rank. The 5 Elemental Piercing Crystal could increase the power of a low-tier spiritual grade weapon by half a rank. If used with other materials, it could even reach the middle-tier spiritual grade. Apart from that, the life-extending pill, and 100-dissolving pill were also extremely rare. You have so many treasures. When you go to the Canopy Great Country, you can put some that you don't need on the auction house. I'm sure you can sell them for a good price. However, the Water Moon Pirate has some items that you shouldn't easily sell. After all, some of the items were stolen from the Imperials. Heiyun Master smiled and suggested the reason why he was able to escape unscathed was all thanks to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't mistreat him and gave some of the resources that he didn't need to Heiyun Master as a reward. I've long heard of the prosperity of the Canopy Great Country capital. I'll have to see it when I go. Expectation and yearning appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. The Canopy Great Country capital was the territory of the Imperials, and the relationships between the families were complicated. Heiyun Master thought that the reason why Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to go to the Canopy Great Country capital was definitely related to Empress Qin. In the Water Moon Cave, Zhao Feng had mentioned that the Water Moon Pirate's last wish was related to Empress Qin. What was the Water Moon Pirate's last wish? Even Heiyun Master was curious. However, he didn't know that the reason why Zhao Feng wanted to see Empress Qin wasn't just because of the Water Moon Pirate's last wish, but also because of his master. When the target got closer, Zhao Feng found that Empress Qin was shrouded in mystery. There was once a sage who took in 3 female disciples. The first inherited the Tao of Life, the second inherited the Tao of Charm, and the third inherited the Tao of Entertainment. Lu Qinqin's master was the eldest disciple of the Tao of Life, and her mother was the third disciple of the Tao of Entertainment. Now, of the 3 female disciples, only the inheritor of the Tao of Charm was left. This mysterious and noble Empress Qin had single-handedly sent the Water Moon Pirate to his grave. The Water Moon Pirates, while in the 3-flowered treasured lotus, was related to Empress Qin. Master, how much do you know about Empress Qin? Zhao Feng studied the mystic snake blood whip and asked, AI, it's hard to explain Empress Qin. Some people say that she's a beauty that can bring calamity to the country and people. Others say that she's extremely intelligent and brought glory to the Imperials and stabilized the country. The Water Moon Pirate shook his head. Zhao Feng remained silent. Empress Qin was a controversial person, similar to many legendary figures in history. For example, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch. Some people admired his glorious achievements and how he almost unified the continent. However, there were also people who hated him for bringing disaster to the continent. Time passed by quickly. For the next month, Zhao Feng spent most of his time on the Azure Sharp Swallow. Zhao Feng had a rough understanding of the mystic snake blood whip's abilities and usage. He wore the sky mystic treasure robe and had an unassuming dark silver belt on his waist. It was hard to tell that it was a spiritual grade item. With Zhao Feng's current cultivation and the sealed source of true spirit, he could use the mystic snake blood whip as he pleased and even disguise it. A spiritual grade item was extremely powerful, and Zhao Feng's full strength could flatten a small mountain. In the 13 clans, a spiritual grade item like this was the treasure of the sect. Many experts at the true spirit realm, such as Heiyun Master, couldn't even get their hands on a spiritual grade item. However, Zhao Feng had more than 10 spiritual grade items, and most of them were high quality. The Mystic Snake Blood Whip was one of the peak quality items. Every time Zhao Feng thought about it, he would feel good in his heart. We're here. Zhao Feng sat on the Azure Sharp Swallow, and the flying beasts nearby became more frequent. His gaze looked into the distance and saw the outline of the capital. It was the size of 10 flooding lake cities, and his heart shook. Heiyun Master was slightly surprised. What was here? The Canopy capital was still 1,000 miles away. Chapter 301. The area in front of them was flat, and from 1,000 miles away, Zhao Feng could already see the outline of the capital. Zhao Feng suddenly felt a weird movement coming from the spiritual pet bag. Meow meow. Within the spiritual pet bag, the little thieving cat had finally woken up after sleeping for a month. Its black eyes opened and gave off a deep feeling before returning to normal. At this time, the little thieving cat's fur had turned from gray to faint silver. Its body size had changed slightly, becoming more robust and powerful. Although the overall change wasn't big, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye found that the little thieving cat had changed inside and out. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stood on its owner's shoulder and threw out 2 bronze coins which rang in the air. Heiyun Master looked on curiously. Zhao Feng was used to it, and the little divinity's nature was acting up again. Meow meow. After the little thieving cat finished divining, it gestured to Zhao Feng and then shook its head and sighed. What does it mean? Heiyun Master was surprised. It told me not to go to the capital. My luck isn't stable and it's hard to predict. Zhao Feng shook his head helplessly. The Canopy capital was his destination for this trip. Furthermore, he had gained a lot from the Water Moon treasury, and his luck was full. A person's luck couldn't always be so good. A cat that knows divination is really amazing. There was a mysterious sage in the 6 Warlock Holy Tower who was extremely knowledgeable. He was proficient in astronomy, geography, and even divination. It is said that he also had a strange cat with him. Heiyun Master exclaimed, "Oh, 6 Warlock Holy Tower?" Zhao Feng's heart moved. Sage? Weird cat? Meow meow. Hearing this, the little thieving cat's eyes lit up. Zhao Feng curled his lips and said, "Thieving cat, don't tell me it's from your race." Meow meow. The little thieving cat angrily waved its paws and gestured that it was unique. Heiyun Master laughed. The little thieving cat's appearance made the journey less depressing. Zhao Feng stopped cultivating. His chi of half-step true spirit had reached 60%, and he could try to break through to the true spirit realm. In reality, as long as one reached half-step true spirit realm, they would be able to break through to the true spirit realm. However, the true spirit realm was a completely new level of the true spirit realm. It surpassed mortals, and the chances of success were extremely low. Even the shedding spiritual pill could only increase the success rate by 20%. The higher the conversion rate of the chi of half-step true spirit, the higher the chance of breaking through. If one's chi of half-step true spirit reached 90%, they would have at least a 50% chance of success. However, the higher the conversion rate, the slower it became, especially after 50%. The azure sharp swallow spread its wings, and the distance to the capital became closer and closer. Later on, ordinary experts could see the majestic outline of the capital, and the number of spiritual pets in the sky also increased. Occasionally, one could see carriages or palanquins speeding through the air. The wind billowed and flames billowed. It was very eye-catching, as expected of the imperial city. Zhao Feng's footsteps didn't slow down at all. Ever since he had arrived at the Canopy Great Country, he had a knot in his heart, and that was to complete First Elder's task. And now, this goal was getting closer and closer. In fact, it was almost within reach. So, a flying carriage suddenly appeared in front of them and was pulled by 2 flying cloud horses, heading in the direction of Zhao Feng and Heiyun. Heiyun Master immediately signaled for Zhao Feng to go around. In the capital, those that could have such a carriage weren't simple, and were at least at the true spirit realm, usually at the true mystic rank or above. Just as Zhao Feng was about to tell the azure sharp swallow to go around, a voice sounded from the flying carriage. Zhao Feng, according to the news from the Iron Blood religion, the Flooding Lake City Lord has put out a bounty for you, especially for the Imperial City. The Flooding Lake Lu family has even reached an agreement with the Imperials. The curtain of the carriage opened halfway and revealed a wrinkled old robed elder. "Greetings, Lord Protector." Heiyun Master recognized this person and immediately bowed. Zhao Feng was surprised. He didn't think that this Heiyun Master had some relationship with the Iron Blood religion. The ancient robed elder in front of them had reached the true mystic rank and was an invincible expert in the 13 countries. Thank you, Protector, for your reminder. Zhao Feng quickly expressed his thanks. To remind him, the Iron Blood religion had sent a protector. From this, it could be seen how important they were. Zhao Feng, the deputy patriarch, advises you not to go to the capital. The old man in the ancient robe gave him a meaningful look. Pa! As soon as he said this, the curtain of the flying carriage fell down, and it shot into the sky with a speed comparable to normal, true, human rank cultivators. The flying carriage and Zhao Feng had only been in contact for 2 or 3 breaths of time. Whether Zhao Feng heard it or not, the Iron Blood religion's words had already been passed. Zhao Feng understood the Iron Blood religion's intentions. The Iron Blood religion was on the opposite side of the Imperials, and if Zhao Feng was roped in by Empress Qin, he would become enemies with the Iron Blood religion in the future. This interlude soon passed. Zhao Feng's decision hadn't changed. Empress Qin was someone he had to see. An hour later, the Canopy Sky Kingdom appeared in his sight, and under the setting sun, the ancient city seemed to be ancient and majestic. Zhao Feng took back the azure sharp swallow and entered the Canopy Great country capital. At the entrance of the capital, Zhao Feng saw himself amongst the many wanted posters. It was an azure-haired youth with a little gray cat. The young man's hair and left eye were both dark cyan, which made him stand out from the crowd. The little thieving cat hid in the spiritual pet bag unwillingly. At this moment, Zhao Feng had a head of blue hair, and he had taken off his eye patch. The bloodline power in his body circulated, and a layer of faint blue blood entered the dimension of his left eye. By now, Zhao Feng's control of the god's spiritual eye had become better. Almost with a thought, the blue light in his left eye disappeared, returning to a dull, black color. Blue hair and black eyes. After a simple disguise, Zhao Feng had turned into a cold, blue-haired youth. When entering the city, the guards looked at Zhao Feng a few more times before instinctively glancing at the wanted posters and shaking their heads. The youth in the portrait had azure hair, and his left eye was either dark azure or he wore an eye patch. This blue-haired youth didn't fit the requirements. After the god's spiritual eye turned blue, Zhao Feng's aura also changed. Just like this, Zhao Feng walked into the capital without any fear. The flooding lake city lord still isn't willing to give up and colluded with the Imperials to put me on the wanted list. But how did he know that I would appear in the capital and come here? Zhao Feng's heart was solemn. After entering the capital, Zhao Feng didn't move immediately. Empress Qin had a high position in the Imperials, and normal true spirit realms couldn't even see her. This matter needed to be planned. Zhao Feng and Heiyun Master first settled in the capital. According to Heiyun Master's suggestion, Zhao Feng prepared to auction off a portion of the useless treasures. The final price would usually be 5% of the profit, but it would save Zhao Feng a lot of trouble. There were several powerful auction houses in the Canopy Great Country. Among them, the largest one was called the Rising Dragon Auction House. It was the most powerful and mysterious, and it was said that it could be found in all the central cities of the continent. Don't worry, the Rising Dragon Auction has nothing to do with the Imperials or the Four Families. Apparently, the headquarters of this auction is in the Middle Continent. Heiyun Master said, "Okay, that's it." Zhao Feng gave this to Heiyun Master. As for the auction, Zhao Feng wasn't interested. Heiyun Master had some connections in the capital and soon found a way for Zhao Feng. The Rising Dragon Auction is held once a month and it's happening in 3 days. Do you want to attend? It was said that the auction this time was unprecedentedly grand, and there were many powerful spirit rank treasures, including the Crimson Moon Map Fragment and the Mysterious Heaven Map Fragment. Even the upper echelons of the Imperials are coming. Heiyun Master's tone was excited. Not interested, wait, Scarlet Moon Incomplete Map? Heaven's Legacy Map? The upper echelons of the Imperials are also coming? Zhao Feng's expression finally changed. He had obtained a Scarlet Moon incomplete map from the Scarlet Moon demonic cave, and it seemed to have been extorted from the Blood Corpse protector. As for the Heaven's legacy map, Zhao Feng had an inheritance from the Water Moon pirate. When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of big shots. The Imperial's 3 sects for families, all the major forces will send their core representatives, and even Empress Qin will come. I hope that I can get some ancient maps this time. Some of the ancient items from the 4 great inheritances have great research value. Heiyun Master became more and more excited as he spoke. The Rising Dragon auction was definitely the largest auction in the Canopy Great Country. This auction was the most grand one in the past 100 years. Meow meow. The little thieving cat heard the news and excitedly jumped out of the spiritual pet bag. It was both a little divinity and a little money grubber. This grand auction naturally attracted it. Go in. Zhao Feng reached out and threw the little thieving cat back into the spiritual pet bag. After all, on the wanted poster, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were together. Not long later, Zhao Feng saw a youth with a cat being taken away. How about this? I'll go take a look. Zhao Feng finally made his decision. This grand auction would gather all the forces in the Canopy Great Country, and even Empress Qin might appear. There were also ancient items like the Scarlet Moon map and Heaven's legacy map. Zhao Feng had to be interested in them. The auction would be held in 3 days. In this period of time, Zhao Feng needed to make sufficient preparations. To put it more simply, he needed to prepare enough silver. At that time, if there was something that he was interested in, Zhao Feng wouldn't miss it. Although his god's spiritual eye wasn't the eyes of fire and gold, it was still able to see through things. In these 2 days, Zhao Feng took out the treasures, spiritual materials, pills and items that weren't of much use to him from the Water Moon treasury and sold them in large batches. He only kept a few items that might be useful in the future. After dealing with them, Zhao Feng's interspatial bracelet was completely filled with primal crystal stones. He also bought 2 large interspatial rings, each the size of a warehouse. At this time, Zhao Feng's capital was extremely large, and he even sold some of the treasures that the Water Moon pirate had stolen to the Rising Dragon auction. The headquarters of the Rising Dragon auction was in the Middle Continent, and it maintained a neutral position in the Great Country. Therefore, this was a very good place to dispose of stolen goods. Chapter 302. 3 days later, Canopy Great Country Capital, an area where rivers and trees intersected. The environment was quiet and elegant. The Rising Dragon auction wasn't in the most bustling area as expected. Usually this place was quiet and wasn't as lively as normal auctions. It would be a huge mistake to underestimate the Rising Dragon auction because of this. The reason why there weren't many people here was because the Rising Dragon auction was of a high level. Even the entrance fee was 2,000 low-grade primal crystal stones, which was equivalent to 200,000 substandard primal crystal stones in the Cloud area. Furthermore, the items being auctioned here were all worth tens of thousands of primal crystal stones. Normal Ascended Realm experts could only stare. However, the Rising Dragon auction this time was different. It was of a large scale, and many of the items were at the peak of the continent. Spiritual beasts and flying beasts flew through the air. The number of people participating in the Rising Dragon auction this time is several times more than usual. There are pieces of Earth-grade weapons, Demon Slaughtering Blade, Heaven's Legacy Map, 7-Sword Incomplete Manual, and other high-level items. Putting aside normal True Lord ranks, even those at the True Lord rank would go crazy. Oh my god! Pieces of Earth-grade weapons. Legends says that an Earth-grade weapon appeared 10,000 years ago and flattened a Lord dynasty's capital. From then on, Lord dynasties became a legend. The people entering the auction said in low tones. Treasures and weapons were split into mortal grade, spiritual grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. In the current continent, spiritual grade weapons were extremely rare, and this was only in the prosperous great countries. In some remote areas, they were almost extinct. As for Earth grade and above, they basically didn't exist and only existed in legends. Even in the era of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, there hadn't been a complete Earth grade weapon. Putting aside Earth grade weapons, the Canopy Great Country didn't even have a few peak spiritual grade weapons. Even if they did, they would be the ultimate treasures of the major forces, or even the country. At a certain moment, an azure sharp swallow flew over from the sky, carrying a blue-haired youth and a dark-skinned short elder. Because he was wanted, Zhao Feng disguised himself as a youth, and adding on his cold and experienced aura, it wasn't easy to see through him. Zhao Feng purposely didn't wear an eye patch. With his current control of the god's spiritual eye, he could hide the color of his left eye for half a day. Correspondingly, he had lost most of his god's spiritual eye's abilities. Will there really be a fragment of an Earth-ranked divine weapon appearing in this auction? Zhao Feng couldn't believe it. Not only is there a fragment of an Earth-ranked divine weapon, it is said that there is also an extremely profound, incomplete manual of the Seven Swords, which comes from one of the 4 great legacies of the continent, the 7 Legacies. It is estimated that it is at least an incomplete manual of an Earth-rank cultivation technique. It is said that there will be quite a few secret auction items in this auction, and there will be items from the 4 great inheritances. Heiyun Master's face was filled with excitement and even a bit of fanaticism. An auction of this level was an eye-opener for him, even if he could only witness it with his own eyes. Zhao Feng's heart, which had always been calm, could not help but feel a little restless. The little thieving cat in the spiritual pet bag danced with joy. If it weren't for Zhao Feng stopping it, it would have already jumped up and down. There are too many people in this auction. There are only 1,000 slots. The entrance fee has been raised to 5,000 primal crystal stones. Near the entrance, there were several people responsible for receiving guests. Their cultivations had all reached the true spirit realm, and one of them had even reached the true mystic rank. The main reason for raising the entrance fee was to limit the number of people. The Rising Dragon auction was of a higher level, so there weren't many people that came. But this time there were too many people who came to participate, so they had to use this method to eliminate some people who only came to watch the show. 5,000 primal crystal stones wasn't a small sum. It was equivalent to 500,000 substandard primal crystal stones, which was a huge sum in the 13 countries. Heiyun Master, this way please. One of the attendants revealed a smile as he welcomed Zhao Feng and Heiyun Master in. Heiyun Master had a VIP card that allowed him to enter the VIP stands of the auction. The VIP stands looked down from above and had a great deal of privacy. If they wanted to, the people outside wouldn't even be able to see their appearance. If it was under normal circumstances, the 2 of you would be able to enjoy at least a 4-star VIP stand. However, due to the special circumstances, the 2 of you can only enter a 3-star VIP stand. The receptionist said with a smile. Soon, Zhao Feng and Heiyun Master were arranged to a VIP stand that could fit more than a dozen people. There weren't many VIP stands in the auction, and the higher the rank, the fewer there were. There were dozens of 3-star ones and only a dozen 4-star ones. As for 5-star ones, there were only 4. This was like the ranking system of the ancient sections. The higher one was, the more they would be at the top of the pyramid. 3-star isn't bad. The VIP stand we're in is number 50. Heiyun Master faintly smiled as he looked outside. Because Zhao Feng had chosen to be hidden, there was a layer of transparent glass around the stands that could be seen from the inside, but not from the outside. As time passed, more and more people came to the auction. More than half of the VIP stands were hidden and low profile. Of course, there were also some that were high profile and open to the public as if victory was in their hands. The 4 families Liu, Yun, Bai, and Tian are all here, including the heads of the Liu family and Tian family. Hee, I heard that even the Imperials are here. They're in the 3rd stand. At least one of Empress Qin or the Emperor will come, since there's an Earth-grade weapon fragment. Number 4 is from the Iron Blood religion, but who are number 1 and 2? The auction hadn't even started yet, and the crowd was already discussing. There were only 4 5-star VIP stands, and the Imperials and Iron Blood religion occupied number 3 and 4. The auction this time was a gathering of many forces and bigwigs from all over the world. It was definitely a grand occasion. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned over and saw that there were almost 100 people at the true spirit realm. The number of true lord ranks could be counted on one hand. After about half an hour, the auction officially began. The entire auction was in a semicircle shape, and everyone was gathered around it. On the stage, there was a plain robed elder at the true mystic rank and 2 true human rank beauties beside him. Cough, cough. The first item of the auction will officially begin. The plain robed elder had a kind expression, and his voice was filled with friendliness. One of the true human rank beauties took out a chilling ice stone. The ice stone could radiate a cold air and was usually worth tens of thousands of primal crystal stones. However, what was being sold now wasn't the ice stone itself, but a small bottle of liquid sealed within. The ice marrow spiritual liquid comes from one of the 4 great inheritances, the mystic ice inheritance. This liquid can allow a normal person to easily reach the ascended realm. What's most amazing is that it can allow someone without a spiritual body to become a spiritual body. The plain robed elder introduced ice marrow spiritual liquid from the mystic ice inheritance. An uproar broke out amongst the crowd. Everyone knew that there were hundreds of millions of people in the continent, but those with a spiritual body were extremely rare. For example, Zhao Linlong from the Zhao clan was once the number 1 genius of the Zhao clan, but in the clan world he was trash and only had a mortal body. Only those with a spiritual body had the chance to break through to the ascended realm. However, talent wasn't always certain. The descendants of experts would obviously have high talent, but it wasn't absolute. Even some descendants of big families might have trash talent and would find it hard to break through to the ascended realm, let alone the true spirit realm. This ice marrow spiritual liquid is indeed magical. It can allow a normal person to easily reach the ascended realm. None of the 4 great inheritances are simple. Zhao Feng was surprised and speechless. Thinking back, he had spent a lot of effort to reach the ascended realm. But in a high-class auction like the Canopy Great Country, a bottle of liquid could change one's fate. Ice marrow spiritual liquid. Starting price of 100,000 primal crystal stones. Every raise must be at least 1,000. The plain robed elder smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, people started to crazily raise the price. I bid 150,000, 160,000, 180,000. Ah, the sound of bidding rose and fell. The price of this bottle of ice marrow spirit tempering liquid easily rose to more than 200,000 and was still rising steadily. Many of the elders of the clans had descendants with low talent, and they urgently needed the ice essence spirit tempering liquid to change the fate of their children. Finally, this bottle of ice marrow spiritual liquid was sold for 310,000, which was the price of a low-tier spiritual grade weapon. On the other hand, a spirit rank divine armament was a sect protecting treasure in some small sections. For the Rising Dragon Auction House, the first auction item could be considered as opening the door. It could not be too bad, nor could it be too expensive. Instead, it had to be a little surprising. The second and third items were all rare materials. Although they didn't give off the surprise of the ice marrow spiritual liquid, they were at least peak-grade, mortal-grade weapons. The next 2 auction items were once possessed by the renowned Watermoon pirate all those years ago. The plain-robed elder purposely kept everyone in suspense. Watermoon pirate. There was a slight ripple in the auction. One of them is the Sky Bamboo 9 Sound Zither. It's a mysterious instrument that can play music that can heal mental injuries. Those with a high level of the Tao of Entertainment can use this zither to release fatal sounds that can kill people invisibly. In the past, a master of the Tao of Entertainment used this zither to raise the morale of his clan, killing his enemies invisibly and saving his clan from destruction. The plain-robed elder described the history and legend of this item. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was almost dazed. This zither was the item that he had sent to the Rising Dragon auction. At that time, Master Heiyun had estimated that it was close to a spiritual grade weapon. However, he didn't think that the appraiser of the Rising Dragon auction would be so skilled and explain its history and usage. At the same time, the 6th VIP stand broke out into chaos. Sky Bamboo 9 Sound Zither? Isn't this the zither that our Qin Sword sect kept in the past? Later on, this zither was shamelessly stolen by the Water Moon pirate. I didn't think that the Sky Bamboo 9 Sound Zither would appear in the auction today. We must buy it. The Qin Sword Palace was one of the 3 sects of Canopy, Great Country. Sky Bamboo 9 Sound Zither. Starting price of 140,000. Each increment must be no less than 2,000. The plain-robed elder announced. Zhao Feng was filled with anticipation. He wondered how much the item he had entrusted the Rising Dragon auction house would sell for. Chapter 303. 160,000. 170,000. 200,000. In the auction venue, the shouts of bids were incessant. The Sky Bamboo 9 Sound Qin was a treasure of the Qin Sword Palace. Not only was it a sacred item that those that cultivated the Tao of Entertainment dreamed of, it also had a certain value. Seeing the price easily break 200,000, a smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. 300,000. A cold female voice sounded from the 6th stand. She had increased the price by almost 100,000 primal crystal stones at once. There was a brief moment of silence. Many people turned their heads and looked at the 6th VIP stand. The 6th stand belongs to the Qin Sword Palace. The Sky Bamboo 9 Sound Qin also comes from the Qin Sword Palace. Some of the people below who wanted to compete weighed their options, and most of them gave up. The Qin Sword Palace was the same as the Iron Blood religion. They were one of the 3 great sects of the Great Country and were famous in the northern continent. Normal people didn't want to fend a force like the Qin Sword Palace. Furthermore, normal people's wealth couldn't be compared to the Qin Sword Palace. 310,000. 320,000. However, there were a few that liked the Tao of Entertainment. Some of the participants had reached the true mystic rank and had a large force behind them, so they weren't afraid of the Qin Sword Palace. For 100,000, the person from the Qin Sword Palace in the 6th stand immediately increased the price by almost 100,000. The crowd became silent once again. At this point in time, even the dumbest person would know that the Qin Sword Palace wanted this treasure no matter what. Most of the people that wanted to compete hesitated. 400,000 low-grade primal crystal stones was equivalent to 40 million substandard primal crystal stones, which was the upper limit of the Qin's value. Any more, and it would be ridiculous. 410,000. A mocking voice came from the 5th VIP stand. Everyone looked over. Who dared to offend the Qin Sword Palace? However, the 5th stand was right next to the 6th. From this, it could be seen that they were on the same level. The higher one's rank was, the stronger they were. The 4th stand belongs to the Wind Cloud sect. No wonder they dare to challenge the Qin Sword Palace. The Wind Cloud sect is also one of the 3 great sects of the Great Country and is famous across the northern continent. Everyone understood. The Wind Cloud sect was one of the three major sects, and apparently they didn't have a good relationship with the Qin Sword Palace. The Qin Sword Palace was closer to the Imperials, while the Wind Cloud sect was closer to the Iron Blood religion. 450,000. The voice from the Qin Sword Palace contained a sliver of unhappiness. 460,000. The voice of the Wind Cloud sect member had a hint of playfulness in it. 560,000. The Qin Sword Palace was determined and increased the price by another 100,000. As a large sect, they were quite wealthy. Meanwhile, in the 6th VIP stand, if the Wind Cloud sect increases the price, what's the point of giving the Sky Bamboo 9-note zither to them? A cold and beautiful fairy dressed in palace attire had a cold look in her eyes. You're right, Zither Fairy. If the Sky Bamboo 9 sound zither falls into the hands of someone who doesn't understand the music Tao, it's just a musical instrument collection at best. An expert at the true mystic rank smiled faintly. This time, the Wind Cloud sect didn't raise the price as if they just wanted to play with the Qin Sword Palace. Finally, the Sky Bamboo 9-note zither was sold for 560,000. Zhao Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Under normal situations, the price of the Sky Bamboo 9-note zither was over 400,000, and 500,000 was already ridiculous. Hee. Here's the second treasure of the Water Moon Pirate, the Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix Crown. The plain-robed elder smiled as he raised his hand. A beauty at the true human rank next to him brought up a phoenix crown. It was jade gold and had an indescribable aura of nobility. Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix Crown. Isn't this the Phoenix Crown of the Imperials? Apparently, it's the inheritance of the Empress. The auction broke out into chaos once again. The Phoenix Crown was the crown of the Empress. This Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix Crown was the inheritance of the Imperials, and although its value wasn't even comparable to a spiritual-grade weapon, its historical value wasn't simple. The third VIP stand. Ridiculous. Who's so bold to sell the inheritance Phoenix Crown of the Imperials in the capital's auction? Empress, I suggest we find out who's selling the Phoenix Crown. Maybe we'll be able to find the Water Moon Treasury. There were more than 10 people in the third VIP stand, and almost all of their auras had reached the true spirit realm. One of the strongest auras had reached a shocking level and was half a level stronger than the true Lord rank. It's not that simple. The background of the Rising Dragon auction is more terrifying than you can imagine. Even at the peak of the Canopy Great Country, no one dared to touch it. A cold voice sounded. Grand Elder is right. The most important thing right now is to buy the Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix Crown. Otherwise, it'll leave a stain on the Imperial's name. The third VIP stand soon reached an agreement. At the same time, in the 50th VIP stand. Master, is it really okay to auction the inheritance of the Imperials in the Canopy Great Country? Zhao Feng asked hesitantly. Relax, the background of the Rising Dragon auction isn't simple. Putting aside the Imperials, even the 10 great clans wouldn't dare to touch it. Heiyun Master smiled and said, the starting price of the Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix Crown is 200,000 primal crystal stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 primal crystal stones. The plain-robed elder announced. 300,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the person from the Imperials in the third VIP stand immediately raised the price by 100,000. There was dead silence in the auction hall. After all, the Imperials was the ruler of the Canopy Great Country in name, and after Empress Qin joined the government, their power was much stronger than normal sections. At this point in time, no one dared to raise the price. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He had originally hoped that the Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix Crown would sell for a good price. However, looking at the current situation, no one dared to openly challenge the Imperials. Could it be that the Imperials' power had reached the peak of the Canopy Great Country, and they could command the 9 directions? 310,000. An emotionless voice sounded from the fourth VIP stand. The crowd broke into an uproar. The person in the fourth VIP stand was from the Iron Blood religion. In the current Canopy Great Country, it wasn't a secret that the Imperials and Iron Blood religion fought each other. 500,000. The Imperials immediately raised the price by 200,000, and the spectators couldn't help but tremble with excitement. In Canopy Great Country, the 8 superpowers split the world into 8 and ruled over everything else. The Imperials and Iron Blood religion were on equal footing, but there were still some forces that remained neutral and were happy to see this situation. 510,000. An emotionless voice sounded from the Iron Blood religion. Zhao Feng felt that this voice was familiar. It seemed to belong to the blood-colored-haired man, Temon. It's the Deputy Patriarch. The Deputy Patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. Some of the experts at the True Spirit Realm had interacted with Deputy Patriarch Temon before. 710,000. The Imperials were rich and immediately raised the price by 200,000. 720,000. The Deputy Patriarch's voice was slightly casual. 810,000. 810,000. No matter how much the Imperials raised the price, the Iron Blood religion would raise the price by another 10,000. With a price of 800,000, it was already considered an excellent low-grade spirit rank divine weapon. Once it reached the middle tier, it would be a rare treasure. As for high-tier spiritual weapons, there weren't many in the entire Canopy Great Country. Esteemed Guest Stand 3. The experts from the Imperials couldn't take it anymore. Grand Elder Empress, that Temon is too shameless. He's trying to ruin us. Why don't we make a move now and stop him? A true Lord rank and several true Mystic ranks suppressed their anger. Don't act rashly. That Temon's strength is comparable to a half-step origin core realm, and after learning the Wheel of Light and Darkness, he's like a tiger with wings. Normal true Lord ranks might even die facing him. Furthermore, this is the Rising Dragon auction. A cold voice sounded and calmed everyone down. 1,210,000. 1,210,000. 2 million. In the end, a sensational price was announced, once again setting off a commotion in the auction. The price of 2 million was almost the same as the price of some mid-grade spirit rank divine weapons. The Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix crown itself was only a few tens of thousands of primal crystal stones. The important thing was its historical significance. It's just a broken crown. I'll just give it to you. Seeing this, the Iron Blood religion's side stopped. The auction had just started and there were only some appetizers. If the two sides really wanted to fight, it wasn't impossible to add tens of millions of primal crystal stones. Seeing Temon stop, those from the Imperials let out a breath. 2 million primordial crystal stones to buy back the Phoenix crown was worth it. Ha ha ha, 2 million primal crystal stones. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix crown was useless to him. He originally wanted to sell it for a few 100,000 primal crystal Phoenix crown, but he didn't expect it to be sold for such a high price. After the Jade Spiral Mystic Phoenix crown, the atmosphere of the auction exploded. The next few items went for at least a few 100,000 to over 1 million. The esteemed guests here are all people with status and vision. You should know that some rare treasures and divine weapons are hard to forge with the Azure Flower Continent's current level of forging and formations. Therefore, most middle-tier spiritual grade treasures and above don't come from the Azure Flower Continent. The plain-robed old man smiled happily and explained. When Zhao Feng heard this, his eyes narrowed. If it didn't come from the Azure Flower Continent, then where did it come from? The 4 great legacies on the continent, in essence, are just a coordinate entrance on the continent. For example, the heavens' legacy inheritance, seven sword inheritance, etc., are all in the vast outer space. Hearing this, only a small portion of the people present were surprised. Most of the people who entered the Rising Dragon auction had high statuses and horizons in the big countries. In this auction, the treasures from the four great inheritances will appear one by one. Previously, it was the ice marrow spiritual liquid from the mystic ice inheritance that was ranked fourth. And this time, it will be an elite divine weapon from the third-ranked Scarlet Moon inheritance. After saying this, the plain-robed elder waved his hand. The true human rank beauty, next to him, soon brought out an item. When Zhao Feng's eyes saw this item, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 304. A scarlet sword was placed on the plate. The patterns on its surface were precise and simple, and there was a faint layer of blood flowing on it. Even some experts at the true human rank were affected by the limitless killing intent, and their hearts shook when they touched the blood sword. What a terrifying aura! Even the spiritual sense of those at the true human rank didn't dare to get too close to the blood-colored sword. From the aura, it seemed that this blood-colored sword was close to the high-tier spiritual grade. The Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword is the famous blood-devouring demon sword of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion era. Although it hasn't reached the spirit rank upper grade, it can absorb the blood of living beings to replenish its owner's blood essence and yuan qi. When the quality and quantity of the blood of the living beings killed reach a certain level, it can erupt with power comparable to the spirit rank upper grade. The plain-robed elder introduced. His eyes were filled with infatuation as he looked at the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword. It can be said to be a perfect piece of work. The ability to devour blood increases the owner's stamina and power. It's comparable to a high-tier spiritual grade weapon. Simply put, it only consumes less than a middle-tier spiritual grade weapon, but has the power of a high-tier spiritual grade weapon. When the origin and effect of this sword was revealed, the crowd broke out into chaos. Even the true Lord rank experts revealed excitement in their eyes. What's going on? When I first got this sword, it was clearly a broken sword, and it was only a low-tier spiritual grade weapon. How come it's complete now? Zhao Feng was stunned. That's right, this Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword was what Zhao Feng had extorted from the Blood Corpse Protector. What he had obtained back, then, was a broken blood-colored sword which he had given to the Broken Moon clan as a reward. As for why this Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword was auctioned off in the northern continent and how it was pieced together, Zhao Feng had no idea. It was easy to imagine how the weapon was pieced together. Maybe it was because they found the other half and had a grandmaster blacksmith refine it. Why did the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword come here? What happened to the Broken Moon clan and the 13 countries? Zhao Feng couldn't help but worry. He had some feelings for the Broken Moon clan and the place he grew up in. The starting price of the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword is 6 million. Each increment must be at least 500,000. The plain-robed elder announced. The starting price of 6 million was already the highest starting price so far. One must know that an ordinary medium-grade divine weapon would only cost 3 to 4 million. However, the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword's consumption was lower than that of a medium-grade divine weapon, but it could increase the power of a high-grade spiritual weapon. It couldn't be measured with common sense. This Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword is at least on par with your 3-flowered treasured lotus. I estimate that it will sell for 10 to 20 million primal crystal stones. Heiyun Grandmaster smiled. Zhao Feng nodded slightly. He would wait and see how much the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword would sell for. His 3-flowered treasured lotus would probably be about the same. 8 million. 5 million. 10 million. This divine weapon was immediately sought after by many experts. The Iron Blood Religion, the Wind Cloud sect, the four great families, and even the Imperials all participated in the intense bidding. Right from the start, the price of the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword was raised to 10 million primordial crystal stones. This price was enough to buy at least 2 middle-grade divine weapons. Low-grade spirit rank divine weapons were usually worth hundreds of thousands of spirit rank divine weapons. Only high-quality divine weapons were worth millions. Middle-grade spiritual weapons were 10 times more expensive. High-grade spiritual weapons were 10 times more expensive. Once it reached the high-grade spiritual weapon, it would be extremely rare in the entire northern continent. Of the Water Moon 4 treasures, the Water Moon God Peach Fan was close to the high-grade spiritual weapon. The 3-flowered treasured lotus was equivalent to a normal high-grade spiritual weapon. The Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword didn't reach the high-grade spiritual weapon, but it easily broke through the 10 million mark. 16 million, 17 million, 20 million. When the price reached 20 million, most people gave up. Number 3 VIP stand, the Imperials. Forget it, it's a medium-grade divine weapon after all. Only after a large amount of slaughter can it reach the high-grade spiritual weapon's power. This divine weapon is suitable for those of the demonic Tao. Never mind, we'll gather our wealth and buy the Demon Destroyer Blade. That's right, the Demon Destroyer Blade is above average among the high-grade spiritual weapons. It counters the demonic Tao and is suitable for the bloodline of the Imperials. The Imperials gave up on the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword. Finally, the Blood Moon Devouring Spirit Sword was bought by the Iron Blood religion for 22 million. I didn't think that the broken sword could be sold for such a high price after being pieced together. Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. But it wasn't rare for a divine weapon to have a price difference of 10 times with every increase in rank. He couldn't help but think of the 5-elemental piercing crystal in his hand. The 5-elemental piercing crystal was a special material that could increase a low-grade spiritual weapon's rank by half. If it was combined with other high-grade materials, it could even increase it by 1 rank. The 5-elemental yuan crystal can increase the explosive power of almost all divine weapons. Combined with the 5-elemental piercing crystal, it can increase a low-grade spiritual weapon's rank by more than 1 rank. The plain-robed elder said with a smile, 5-elemental yuan crystal. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Whatever he needed, he got it. The 5-elemental piercing crystal increased sharpness, cutting power, hardness, and quality, etc. On the other hand, the 5-elemental yuan crystal increased true forces, explosiveness, and destruction. The 5-elemental yuan crystal or 5-elemental piercing crystal is extremely rare, and they're all low grade. However, they can increase the quality of most divine weapons and are still priceless. The plain-robed elder added. From his words, it could be seen that both the 5-elemental yuan crystal and 5-elemental piercing crystal were extremely rare. Not to mention, too, even one of them wasn't easy to obtain. The starting price of the 5-elemental yuan crystal is 800,000. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. The plain-robed elder announced. To be able to increase the quality of a low-grade spiritual weapon's power by half a rank, the starting price of 800,000 was definitely not excessive. 900,000. 1 million. There were many experts competing for the 5-elemental yuan crystal, and most of them were at the true human rank or true mystic rank. Among them, one of the 4 major clans, the Bai clan and the Iron Blood religion, were both participating. The Bai family here was the main branch of the Bai family, which was 2 ranks higher than the branch family of the Transverse Water Bay. When the price of the 5-elemental yuan crystal exceeded 2 million, the Bai family gave up. After all, a middle-grade spiritual weapon was only worth a few million primal crystal stones. 2,300,000. Zhao Feng decided to give it a try. Right now, the main competitor was the Iron Blood religion. Many people glanced towards esteemed guest stand 50. In the previous auctions, the other esteemed guest stands had participated. Only esteemed guest stand 50 was very quiet, as if there was no one there. Humph! Who dares to compete with the Iron Blood religion? Many people snickered coldly. However, the weird thing was that after Zhao Feng made his bid, the Iron Blood religion quickly gave up. The plain-robed elder was slightly weird and announced that Zhao Feng would get the 5 elemental yuan crystal. Hee Brett, you've also come? A voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng jumped up in fright. It's you, Lord Tiamo. Zhao Feng recognized the owner of the voice and let out a breath. He didn't think that Tiamo's senses would be so strong that his voice could pass through the special materials and arrays of the esteemed guest stand. In esteemed guest stand 4, a crimson-haired man was sitting upright with a smile on his face. Deputy Patriarch, you seem to place a lot of importance on this Zhao Feng. The ancient robed elder next to him was the protector of the Iron Blood religion that had sent a message to Zhao Feng. His eye bloodline is very special and he has great potential. Most importantly, he's helped me greatly. The blood-haired male smiled faintly. Many people's jaws dropped when esteemed guest stand 50 easily obtained the 5 elemental yuan crystal and made the deputy patriarch give up. Soon, Zhao Feng obtained the 5 elemental yuan crystal and thought in his heart, with the 5 elemental yuan crystal and the 5 elemental yuan crystal, I can consider which weapon to increase in power and quality. The auction was still going on. Sometimes the items that were up for auction were low, and other times they would rise again. In this period of time, even Heian Master made a move and bid for some ancient blueprints or items. The only thing that made Zhao Feng regretful was that his god spiritual I still hadn't found a chance to pick up a few scraps. The appraiser of the Rising Dragon auction was obviously very skilled, and it was impossible for a rare treasure to be used as a brick. Furthermore, items that weren't up to the standard couldn't even be auctioned. Next is a rare item called the Fortune Divination Ancient Coin that comes from the Heavens Legacy Inheritance. The plain, robed elder raised his hand. Soon, a rusty coin appeared on the tray of the true human rank beauty next to him. Meow meow. The little thieving cat in the spiritual pet bag instantly became restless and jumped out. Zhao Feng expressionlessly pressed the little money grubber back in. After some discussion, Zhao Feng agreed to help the little thieving cat buy the Fortune Divination Ancient Coin. However, the prerequisite was that Zhao Feng only bid 1,000,000 primal crystal stones and didn't exceed this limit. The little thieving cat nodded its head. Under normal situations, a divination item like the Fortune Divination Ancient Coin shouldn't be sold for a high price. The Fortune Divination Ancient Coin starts at 400,000, and each increment must be no less than 30,000. The plain, robed elder announced, 450,000, 480,000. Voices came from the auction. There weren't many people paying attention to this coin. Finally, only the Tian family, imperial family, and an old man were still participating. 800,000. Zhao Feng immediately raised the price to 800,000. The auction went silent. The Tian family gave up. The old man glanced at VIP, stand number 50, and sighed. At this moment in time, only Zhao Feng and the Imperials were competing for this coin. Empress, I heard that you've comprehended the Tao of life. Seems like it's true. A figure at the true mystic rank smiled faintly. This Fortune Divination Ancient Coin comes from the Heavens Legacy Inheritance and is extremely rare. I've only dabbled a bit in the Tao of life inheritance. A soft voice with a fatal magnetism attracted one's heart and made one's thoughts run wild. 1,000,000. This voice was like a hot spring that softened one's emotions. In that instant, the auction became deathly silent. Many people were unable to extricate themselves from that voice. There was a lingering feeling in their minds that lingered for a long time. Empress Qin, some of the experts at the true spirit realm took a deep breath. Chapter 305, 1 million. This seductive voice caused Zhao Feng's heart to soften. He actually felt an inexplicable sense of pity and unwillingness. The hearts of the experts present were about to melt. There was a saying, even heroes have a weakness for beauties. No matter how strong a man was, they couldn't resist the smile of a beauty. Furthermore, the owner of this voice was the #1 beauty of Canopy Great Country, Empress Qin. Empress Qin, I've finally found you. Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath as his body trembled. Meow meow. The little thieving cat in the spiritual pet bag was slightly anxious. Empress Qin had bid 1 million and no one else was bidding. According to the agreement between Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng would stop if it exceeded 1 million. Whoosh! The little thieving cat opened its mouth and spat out a spiritual grade weapon. It was a low-grade, spiritual grade weapon, and it was probably worth close to 1 million. This was the little thieving cat's personal stash. In the Rising Dragon auction, if one didn't have enough primal crystal stones, they could use other treasures to exchange for it. Okay. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. He had the same intention. 1,100,000. Zhao Feng was full of confidence and immediately added 100,000. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked and surprised. What kind of background did the person in the 50th stand have? First, he fought with the Iron Blood religion, and now he fought with the royal family. Where did this brat come from? He dares to compete with the Empress? Humph, this is the first time the Empress has bid. How can she admit defeat? Many experts from the Imperials harumphed unhappily in Stand 3. 115. 1,200,000. Zhao Feng and Empress Qin couldn't see each other, but they were competing through their voices. Empress Qin's voice was clear, gentle, and seductive like the best music in the world. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's voice was cold and emotionless. Gradually, even Empress Qin couldn't help but be curious. The owner of the voice wasn't very old, maybe around 20 years old, but he was able to resist her charming, soft voice. If it was someone else, even if they only heard Empress Qin's voice, they would be too embarrassed to compete. 8 million. Zhao Feng's voice was cold and firm, without the slightest hesitation. In the third spectator stand, Empress Qin sighed, Fine, I don't specialize in the Tao of Fate, so it's fine to give this coin to you. That voice made one feel unbearable and ashamed, wishing that they could immediately give the fortune-telling copper coin to her. In reality, with the imperial strength, it would be hard for Zhao Feng to win if Empress Qin insisted on fighting for the coin. However, the royal family's financial resources were focused on more important things. The price of nearly 2 million far exceeded the value of this collectible. If I can witness the beauty of the princess, what harm is there in giving you this small, fortune-telling ancient coin? Zhao Feng laughed. As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out in the auction hall. This brat isn't afraid of death. Is he courting Empress Qin in front of so many people? Luckily, the Emperor of the Canopy Great Country isn't here, or else there'd be a good show to watch. Zhezhe, Empress Qin's charm is indeed not small, spending nearly 2 million just to see her face. Zhao Feng's words caused a commotion. Meow meow. The little thieving cat bared its teeth in disdain, feeling angry and dissatisfied with Zhao Feng's actions. In the third spectator stand. All right, once the auction is over, you can come see me with the ancient fortune coin. Empress Qin's sweet voice contained a playful tone. It's a deal. Zhao Feng didn't refuse. He thought that with Empress Qin's intelligence, it shouldn't be hard for her to see that he was trying to see her. That so-called fortune-divining ancient coin was just a gimmick. After the coin was auctioned, the next items became more and more valuable, easily reaching millions or tens of millions. Star Darkness Sword, a divine weapon refined from a mysterious material, and its quality is at the high grade of the spirit rank. It's capable of concealing itself at night, causing it to be soundless, and it's even capable of drawing upon the energy of the stars, causing it to possess peerless might. Where it came from: 7 Sword Inheritance. High-tier spiritual grade weapon from the 7 Sword Inheritance. This was definitely an important treasure. Even those at the True Lord rank were filled with excitement. The 7 Sword Inheritance was ranked second amongst the 4 great inheritances and specialized in the Tao of the Sword. In the era of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, Sword Saint Yi Wuxia had received the recognition of the 7 Sword Inheritance. He had comprehended a powerful sword intent and could slash apart rivers with one sword and destroy everything with one thought. The death of the Scarlet Moon religion patriarch had a lot to do with this person. However, the 4 great inheritances were too big, and it was impossible for one person to control all of them. This was the same for the Scarlet Moon inheritance. The Star Darkness sword came from the 7 Sword Inheritance, and its offense was extremely strong. The starting price of the Star Darkness sword is 20 million, and each increment must be 1 million. The plain-robed elder waved his hand. The starting price was 20 million. A threshold directly blocked the majority of the bidders. Only transcendental existences, such as the 8 superpowers, were qualified to participate in the competition. After intense competition, in the end, the Star Nether Sword was sold to the Qin Sword Palace for a price of nearly 70 million origin crystal stones. 70 million. Zhao Feng's heart shook. Every level of spiritual grade weapons had a price difference of more than 10 times. High-tier spiritual grade weapons were basically the peak weapons in the continent. As for peak-tier spiritual grade weapons, Zhao Feng hadn't heard of them before. However, the Wheel of Light and Darkness could surpass high-tier spiritual grade weapons in terms of sharpness and power. Zhao Feng originally thought that there wouldn't be a new peak after the Star Darkness sword. Unexpectedly, after this divine weapon, the 4th divine weapon broke a new record. Demon Slaughterer Blade, high-tier spiritual grade. It came from the Dagwang Lord Dynasty 10,000 years ago. Everyone knows that the Dagwang Lord Dynasty was destroyed in one night. From then on, the Lord Dynasty became a legend. This Demon Slaughterer Blade was a weapon left behind by the Dagwang Imperials. Apparently, its original grade could have reached peak tier, spiritual grade. However, after that calamity, it dropped to the high tier spiritual grade. The plain-robed elder started to talk. The power of the Demon Slaughterer Blade itself was peerless and could suppress demons and ghosts. It was also peak tier spiritual grade. It came from the Dagwang Lord Dynasty and had a high historical value. It even contained the secrets of the Lord Dynasty's destruction. Demon Slaughterer Blade, starting price of 25 million. The plain-robed elder's face was red. 30 million. 40 million. 45 million. After a while, the Demon Slaughter Blade was pushed to a high price of 70 million and was finally won by the Imperials for 72 million. After that, the entire auction was filled with excitement. Rare spiritual artifacts and spiritual cultivation techniques that were rarely seen in the outside world appeared one after another. Heavenly Secret Map, 48 of them in the world. Each one can comprehend some secrets of the Heavenly Secret Inheritance. With enough Heavenly Secret Maps, there is a chance to calculate the next time the Heavenly Secret Inheritance will appear. Scarlet Moon Map Fragment, 108 of them can open the Scarlet Moon Inheritance and reach the height of the Scarlet Moon Patriarch. The plain-robed elder auctioned the Heavenly Secret Map and Scarlet Moon Map Fragment at the same time. Among them, there were 18 Heavenly Secret Maps, each with 100 of them, starting price of 50,000. Scarlet Moon Map Fragment, 68 Heavenly Secret Maps, each with 100 of them, starting price of 20,000. Whether it was the Heavenly Secret Maps or the Scarlet Moon Map fragment, they were a type of information that could only be used once with spiritual sense. Collect? Zhao Feng thought about it and decided not to. In the end, the Heavenly Secret Maps and Scarlet Moon Map fragment were sold for a high price. Each Heavenly Secret Map was sold for an average of 120,000. The Scarlet Moon Map fragment was sold for an average of 50,000. Even Heiyun Grandmaster couldn't help but bid for 10 Heavenly Secret Maps. Zhao Feng was indifferent to this. Fortune was something that could only be found by luck. It didn't mean that you would be able to open the inheritance just by collecting these things. After the Scarlet Moon Map fragment and Heavenly Secret Map were sold, the auction entered its final critical moment. Everyone knew that the finale of this auction was the Earth-ranked Divine Armament fragment and the Seven-Sword Incomplete Manual. The Seven-Sword Incomplete Manual comes from the Seven Sword Inheritances, Sword Tao Sacred Manual. It seems to be related to Sword Venerable Yi Wuxia. Apparently, even experts at the True Lord rank would find it hard to comprehend it. Judging from its grade, it's an Earth grade skill, but because it's incomplete, it's at least at the peak spiritual grade. The first to appear was the Seven Sword Fragment Manual. The starting price of the Seven Sword Fragment Manual is 30 million primal crystal stones. As soon as this was said, the crowd went wild once again. 50 million, 65 million, 80 million. It only calmed down when the price of the Seven Sword Fragment Manual reached 80 million. At this point in time, only the Imperial's Iron Blood religion, Qin Sword Palace and Tian family were still bidding. 100 million. Please give me some face. A clear male voice sounded from the first esteemed guest stand. The first esteemed guest stand. Everyone's gazes turned over. At this moment in time, even the upper echelons of the Imperials and Iron Blood religion had solemn expressions. The crowd fell into a momentary silence. A strange atmosphere began to spread in the air. Who is this person? Why does he want everyone to give him face? Why? Some of the people below were unhappy. Although 100 million was a high price, it was almost the limit of the major forces. Wasn't this person being too arrogant? Greetings, mystic sword sovereign. The plain-robed old man took a deep breath and bowed respectfully in the direction of the first guest stand. Origin Core Realm. Boom! The crowd broke into chaos. Is it real or fake? There are Origin Core Realms in this continent. Could it be an act? If an Origin Core Realm were to take action, even the Canopy Palace wouldn't be able to handle it. Some were suspicious, some were respectful, and some were excited. Legends said that Origin Core Realm sovereigns had the power to destroy heaven and earth. They didn't put a strong country or the 8 superforces in their eyes. Their words could affect heaven and earth. However, at this moment in time, the Imperials and Iron Blood religion all remained silent. Finally, no one competed. A black-clothed young man walked out from the first VIP area. He had a majestic aura about him. With one step, he arrived on the auction stage. With the next step, he disappeared. The Seven Sword Fragment Manual disappeared as well. Farewell, Sovereign. The plain-robed elder bowed as an interspatial ring appeared in his hand. By the time the True Lord rank experts spread their spiritual sense, there was no sign of the mystic sword sovereign. Chapter 306. A sovereign at the Origin Core Realm had suddenly appeared and bought the incomplete Seven Sword Manual. Even those at the True Lord rank couldn't catch a trace of him. Only one person present had the chance to catch a trace of the mystic sword sovereign. That person was Zhao Feng. However, he didn't dare to do so easily. If he used his god's spiritual eye, even those at the true mystic rank and above might be able to sense it, much less those at the Origin Core Realm. Not many people present had personally witnessed the strength of a sovereign at the Primal Core Realm. Only several hundred years ago, when the Scarlet Moon demonic religion was sweeping across the continent did those sovereigns at the origin core realm show themselves. This is indeed worthy of being the top auction in the continent. Even sovereigns at the origin core realm are here. Heiyun Master sighed. Zhao Feng resisted the urge to open his god's spiritual eye and walked step by step into this great era. The world he understood was boundless and full of surprises. The 13 countries didn't even have a true lord rank, and the strongest person in the Broken Moon clan was only at the true human rank. This place was the sacred land of a great country. In an era without dynasties, a great country was the biggest country on the continent. When Zhao Feng was in the flooding lake city, he had looked through the relevant books, and it said that sovereigns at the origin core realm didn't live in the same world as humans. Simply put, they were people of two different worlds. After the incomplete 7-sword sword manual was bought by the sovereign, the Rising Dragon auction only had one last item left, a fragment of an Earth-grade weapon. Mortal, spiritual Earth Sky. This didn't just correspond to the rank of the skill and spiritual body. It also corresponded to the rank of the weapon. The rules of the world were so profound. Whether it was a skill, talent, or weapon, once it reached the Earth level, it was enough to shock the world. From what Zhao Feng remembered, only Zhao Yufei had a unique bloodline and a changeable body, comparable to the Earth's spiritual body. Fragment of an Earth-grade weapon. The plain-robed elder calmed himself down, and the true human rank beauty, next to him, took out an item. It was a piece of metal the size of a baby's palm. Its color was very strange. From a certain angle, it was black, but from another angle, it was purple and gray. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye quickly scanned the area, but it was pushed away by a powerful force. His mental energy was shaken, and he almost vomited blood. Earth-class items are beyond our current knowledge. Zhao Feng had a lingering fear in his heart. His actions just now were a little rash. Earth-ranked experts were the same as primal core sovereigns. They could not be probed. In reality, most of the people at the true spirit realm didn't suffer any backlash from the shard. On the other hand, the hearts of some true lord ranks shook as if they had been struck by lightning. It's common knowledge that 10,000 years ago, an Earth-rank divine weapon descended into the world, and the once flourishing Daguang dynasty was annihilated overnight. From then on, a dynasty became a legend, even more so a taboo. No country dared establish a dynasty. The plain-robed elder spoke in an unhurried manner. As for the last piece of the Earth-grade weapon, he obviously had to make some preparations. Zhao Feng didn't even know about the legends of dynasties when he was in the 13 countries. After all, that place was too far away. On the continent, there was a taboo. No country dared to establish a dynasty and gather the fortune of heaven and earth. Therefore, countries were divided into small countries, strong countries, and great countries. Therefore, great countries were the largest countries in the continent. This piece of metal has been appraised by several experts, and the material has far surpassed the spiritual grade. It's confirmed to be a piece of an Earth-grade weapon. This piece probably takes up 1/10 or even 1/100th of the entire Earth-grade weapon. However, it contains a lot of power, and only those at the true Lord rank can control it. More importantly, this piece of Earth-grade weapon comes from the outside world and contains the intent of at least an origin core realm expert. It might even be a weapon used by a legendary king. The plain-robed elder smiled and said, Zhao Feng didn't pay much attention to the latter part of the conversation. This piece of Earth-grade weapon contained the intent of at least an origin core realm expert. Those at the true Lord rank would definitely fight for it. The starting price of the piece of Earth-grade weapon is 50 million. Every bid must be at least 1 million. As soon as this was said, the 8 major forces of the Canopy Great Country all started to bid. The value of the piece of Earth-grade weapon itself wasn't simple. More importantly, it contained a high level of intent and might even give birth to an origin core realm expert. There didn't seem to be any origin core realm experts in the Canopy Great Country, or else the situation wouldn't be so complicated. 60 million, 80 million, 85 million. The sound of bidding rose and fell. Without a doubt, this Earth-grade weapon could break through the 100 million mark. On the second esteemed guest stand. The intent contained in this piece of Earth-grade weapon doesn't come from a void god realm king martial emperor, and it's extremely weak. An old woman with white hair and a youthful face sighed softly. Schwa! Her figure flashed and disappeared from the second esteemed guest stand. Almost no one noticed. The first esteemed guest stand and the second esteemed guest stand were both empty. The instant the old woman disappeared, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat both had a weird feeling and looked in that direction. The fourth esteemed guest stand. Very good, that person's gone. We can bid without worry. The deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion revealed a faint smile. 100 million. The blood-hair, colored man Tiamo raised the price to 100 million. After a moment of silence, the price continued to rise. After 120 million, only the Iron Blood religion and the Imperials were still fighting for the piece of Earth-grade weapon. The third esteemed guest stand. We spent a lot of money on the demon slaughter blade. Those from the Imperial side. On the contrary, the Iron Blood religion didn't spend as much money. This was especially so for Tiamo. He had the Wheel of Light and Darkness, a treasure that could attack and defend. Normal high-tier spiritual grade treasures didn't need to be considered. Finally, the piece of Earth-grade weapon was bought by the Iron Blood religion for 160 million. Of course, since the Imperials had already obtained the demon slaughter blade, it wouldn't be much weaker. After all, in terms of power, the Earth-grade weapon's effect wasn't even as great as the demon slaughter blade. As the dust settled for the Earth-ranked divine weapon shard, the auction came to an end. Zhao Feng had gained quite a bit from this auction. The items he had sold were sold for a total of 20 million primal crystal stones. Although his earnings couldn't be compared to the super forces, his eyes had been opened. The most important thing is that I finally found Empress Qin. Zhao Feng was satisfied. Nothing was more important than this. After leaving the esteemed guest stand, Zhao Feng greeted Tiamo. Greetings, Deputy Patriarch. Heiyun Master was slightly uneasy. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to know the Deputy Patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. After saying goodbye to the Iron Blood religion, Zhao Feng quickly headed towards the Imperial's palace. Master, we'll say our goodbyes here. Zhao Feng cupped his fists and smiled towards Heiyun Master. Heiyun Master sent him off with a complex expression and murmured, I didn't think that he'd be the mysterious person that helped the Deputy Patriarch forge the Wheel of Light and Darkness. So, Zhao Feng's figure faded and left a sizzling sound as his blue hair danced in the wind. Soon, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye locked onto a luxurious flying carriage with the carving of a golden jade phoenix. This flying carriage was Empress Qin's personal carriage. Zhao Feng purposely locked onto it with his god's spiritual eye in order to attract Empress Qin's attention. Empress, we seem to be being followed. Inside the carriage, a green-clothed maid leisurely smiled. In the Canopy Great Country, there weren't many people that dared to have any thoughts about Empress Qin. Wasn't the Water Moon pirate 100 years ago an example? This maid dressed in green was also extremely beautiful, and her cultivation had reached the true human rank. It was obvious that she wasn't just a simple maid. Zhao Feng floated in the air, and 3 copper coins of destiny appeared in his palm, which started to ring. Soon, the maid dressed in green walked over and smiled. Empress invites you to the nearby Water Mist Pavilion. Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head and immediately headed towards the Water Mist Pavilion. He had been in the capital for a few days, and the god's spiritual eye had already copied the map into his mind. Even though Zhao Feng was going at full speed, he was still a beat slower than Empress Qin's flying carriage. A while later, a place filled with mist appeared in front of them. It wasn't far from the Rising Dragon auction. The Mistwater Pavilion was a high-end tea gathering place in the capital. They enjoyed tea, ate, and sparred with each other. "Young master, please." The maid dressed in green waited in front of an elegant building. When Zhao Feng entered the building, there was a curtain of pearls in front of him, and he could faintly see the beauty within. Empress Qin wore a spotless and noble palace dress. Her dress dragged on the ground a few feet, making her seem noble and dignified. Her curves, waist, and peerless face seemed to be able to contain a person's entire soul. Her every frown, every smile, and every action seemed to have a mysterious power that attracted the soul. With Zhao Feng's eyesight, even a wall wouldn't be able to stop him. If he was willing, Empress Qin's beautiful dress would be useless. However, Zhao Feng had to admit that this woman's charm was too great. The more he looked at her, the better his mood became. He wanted to protect her and give her the best things. "Have you seen enough?" The sweet voice was like the sound of nature that made Zhao Feng feel as if he was being admired by a goddess. Behind the bead curtain, Empress Qin's face was calm, but there was a trace of seriousness. With her charm, even those at the true lord rank couldn't avoid it. However, this youth had a mechanical calmness and indifference when he looked at her. It was as if all he saw was a pile of flesh and a pile of data. No, Zhao Feng spoke the truth. He had only roughly inspected Empress Qin and didn't dare to look too deeply as he wasn't sure of her level. "Shua." Empress Qin smiled and slowly got up. Zhao Feng's straightforwardness was rare in the Imperials, which was full of schemes. What Zhao Feng said was the truth. Empress Qin's charm made him feel more beautiful the more he looked at her. In this world, who didn't want to pursue beauty? Empress Qin's charm was the limitless pursuit and release of beauty. From this angle, the true Tao of charm wasn't the evil Tao of lust. Voila! The pearl curtain opened, and Empress Qin's beauty entered Zhao Feng's sight. A faint fragrance wafted over. "You ran all the way from the flooding lake city, just to see me?" Chapter 307. You escaped from the flooding lake city, all the way here, just to see me? Empress Qin had a smile that wasn't a smile. Her jade-like face was inches away, and every breath, action, and expression brought out her charm to the extreme. The fragrance that entered his nose was like a catalyst that made Zhao Feng's gaze pause. At this moment in time, Empress Qin was like a magnet. Any man would be pulled in uncontrollably. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly started to glow with a faint blue, and his entire left eyeball turned dark blue. You guessed it. Zhao Feng's heart went cold as he took a light breath. It didn't matter if Empress Qin was testing him or using charm techniques. She had succeeded. Her words just then had hit Zhao Feng's weak point. Empress Qin's charm techniques also forced Zhao Feng to open his god's spiritual eye and reveal his identity. You're indeed Zhao Feng. You flipped the flooding lake city upside down, and now you've come to the capital. Do you think I'm as easy to bully as Lu Qinqin? Empress Qin smiled. She was half angry and half happy, and she had an innocent and romantic look to her. Zhao Feng secretly controlled himself. Empress Qin had the appearance of tens of thousands of women, sometimes noble and holy, sometimes charming and gentle. Empress, you wouldn't hand me over to the flooding lake city, Lord, right? Zhao Feng purposely put on a sad face as he probed. According to the news from the Iron Blood religion, the Imperials and the flooding lake city Lord had reached an agreement to capture Zhao Feng. Empress Qin was the representative of the Imperials. Now that she had seen through Zhao Feng's identity, what would await Zhao Feng? One thing was for sure. If Empress Qin made a move, Zhao Feng could only wait to be captured. After opening his god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng had a rough idea of Empress Qin's strength. Her cultivation had reached the true Lord rank. The reason why Empress Qin was able to have her current status in the Imperials was because of her strength, charm techniques, and schemes. There were even rumors that she had single-handedly taken control of the court and the monarch's power. Empress Qin burst into laughter and said in a sweet tone, "Hee hee, count yourself lucky. I don't have a good relationship with the flooding Lake City Lord. Tell me, why did you come to the Imperial family after fleeing thousands of miles away? What business do you have with me?" After saying that, she reached out and patted Zhao Feng's shoulder, just like the girl next door. Zhao Feng was dazed. Empress Qin's charm was truly ever-changing. She was just a mere woman, but she could act out the charm of tens of thousands of women. This gave him a sense of foreboding. This Empress Qin is able to portray the charm of countless women by herself. Moreover, this kind of acting was so natural that not a single flaw could be found. If that's the case, you can't be sure of anything she says. Zhao Feng's eyes were calm as he quickly analyzed the situation. This was Zhao Feng. The recent transformation of his god spiritual eye had caused his personality to become colder and more rational. At the same time, a weird light flashed through Empress Qin's eyes. This youth's mental state and composure were terrifying. She had already acted out the charm of many women and used all kinds of beauty to the limit. In this world, no matter how strong a man's mental state was, there was at least one type of woman he liked. For example, gentle, pure, cute, dignified, noble and elegant, etc. However, Empress Qin found that Zhao Feng was like a block of wood. This was the first time her charming methods had suffered such a setback. Zhao Feng didn't say anything and silently handed over his master's token to Empress Qin, half of a jade comb and a letter. When her jade hand touched the jade comb, Empress Qin's expression changed slightly. This is... Empress Qin sunk into her memories, and a sliver of gentleness that only a young girl could have flashed across her face. Zhao Feng paused. This was the first time he had seen Empress Qin lose her composure like this. "What's your relationship with Situ Mo?" Empress Qin put away the jade pendant and slowly opened the letter. "It's my master," Zhao Feng answered. The Situ Mo that Empress Qin was talking about was the first elder of the Broken Moon clan. Empress Qin silently looked at the letter in her hand, and surprise occasionally flashed through her eyes. Zhao Feng waited silently. First Elder would definitely give him instructions in the letter. The 13 countries are too far away. Furthermore, the Canopy Great Country is split into pieces. Only if the Canopy Great Country is united will we be able to help the 13 countries. Empress Qin said solemnly. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised by this result. Your master doesn't have much hope in saving the 13 countries. His only wish is for me to help you settle down. Empress Qin smiled faintly. Whoosh! She clenched her hand and the letter shattered. Zhao Feng's expression changed. He didn't understand Empress Qin's thoughts and intentions. The woman in front of him could do thousands of things. Who knew what she was thinking? Moreover, Zhao Feng felt inexplicably uneasy. Since you're his last disciple, I won't mistreat you. How about this? I can take you in as my godson on behalf of the emperor. Empress Qin said calmly. Godson. Zhao Feng was dazed and felt that he couldn't keep up with the other's thoughts. Of course, for normal people, becoming the godson of Empress Qin and the emperor was a good thing. Thank you, Empress, for your good intentions, Zhao Feng immediately rejected. He already had a father and a mother. Having a godson out of nowhere didn't feel right. Oh well, you can stay in the capital for now. I'll immediately find the emperor and arrange things for you. If you're willing, I can recommend you to join one of the 3 clans, the Qin Sword Clan. Empress Qin said with a smile. Seeing that Empress Qin was about to end the date, Zhao Feng soon thought of something else. Empress, there's something else that someone wants me to give to you personally. Zhao Feng took out a jade lotus petal. In reality, this jade petal was a part of the 3-flowered treasured lotus. The will left behind by the water moon pirate was hidden within it. The content of the will was for the person who obtained the water moon treasury to personally give this petal to Empress Qin. After refining the 3 flowered treasured lotus, Zhao Feng familiarized himself with its information. You! Empress Qin's voice started to tremble as a weird layer of red appeared on her skin and face. Wang, a faint red lotus symbol appeared on Empress Qin's forehead. Suddenly, Empress Qin felt powerless and her body turned red. She was like a woman in love who couldn't control herself. What's going on? Zhao Feng was dazed. An extremely charming and alluring woman was unable to resist at all as her jade-like body lay in front of him. Furthermore, this person was the #1 beauty in the country, Empress Qin. Any normal man would probably be unable to control themselves and do something worse than an animal. Zhao Feng felt the petal on his palm suddenly become hot. Immediately following that, a fiery aura spread throughout his body and tried to drown his mental energy consciousness. At the same time, the faint red lotus symbol on Empress Qin's forehead became brighter and brighter. This beautiful concubine who had mastered the Tao of Charm started to turn red, and her eyes became blurry as she struggled. However, her body instinctively made some movements. She gently took off her dress, revealing her flawless phoenix body and snow-white skin. Not good. Zhao Feng almost couldn't control himself, and his body became hot. His lower body became as hard as steel, and he wanted to immediately pounce on her. At the critical moment, in the dimension of Zhao Feng's left eye, a sliver of ice-blue water appeared in the freezing pond. Instantly, Zhao Feng's mental energy consciousness went cold and he finally controlled his body. This water moon pirate has such a plan. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye quickly calculated. The petal in his hand had a subtle connection with the faint red lotus symbol on Empress Qin's forehead. Through the petal, he could control Empress Qin's lust and make her unable to stop. This meant that the battle between the water moon pirate and Empress Qin 100 years ago didn't end with Empress Qin's victory. Although the water moon pirate lost, he used a secret technique from the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible to leave a move on Empress Qin. Once someone obtained the water moon treasury and took out the petal, they could do whatever they wanted to Empress Qin or even enslave her. Terrifying. What a terrifying plan. A plan from 100 years ago. Zhao Feng's heart went cold. If the water moon pirate had such a plan, then Empress Qin, who had defeated him, wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Just as Zhao Feng thought through everything, Empress Qin's powerful intent barely suppressed the faint red lotus symbol on her forehead. Men, kill him! Empress Qin's expression was cold as she ordered. However, this was her limit. Her body was limp and she couldn't attack. Although the water moon pirate had successfully tricked Empress Qin, the latter's improvement was obvious and she had reached the true lord rank. Sister Qin, the green-clothed beauty exclaimed as she charged into the room. The scene in front of her caused her beautiful face to pale, and she was almost lifeless. Empress Qin, who was perfect in his heart, was in front of a youth with her clothes half covered and her face red from lust. Kill him! Empress Qin's expression was cold as killing intent flashed in her eyes. This killing intent wasn't just because of the petal in Zhao Feng's hand. It was a killing intent that had been brewing for a long time. Perverted brat! How dare you plot against the Empress? Die! The green-clothed female roared as her chi of true spirit shot out and wrapped around Zhao Feng. The arrival of the green-clothed female allowed Empress Qin to let out a breath. With her personal maid here, it was enough to kill this brat. Ripples of lightning, arcs of lightning surrounded Zhao Feng's body, and with the sound of thunder, he forcefully broke through the green-clothed female's attack. The electric ring wave was the enhanced version of the electric ring. It allowed the chain of electricity to be continuous in waves, and it could be used while moving. Wherever it passed, it would be engulfed by lightning. If it was light, it would cause numbness and lose the ability to fight. If it was heavy, it would cause one to be burnt to ashes. Not good. In order to protect the powerless Empress Qin, the green-clothed female could only withdraw part of her power and switch from offense to defense. Boom! The clash of the two at the true spirit realm instantly caused the building to shatter and dust to fly everywhere. Empress Qin and the green-clothed female's expressions changed dramatically as they watched Zhao Feng charge out of the building. The two obviously didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so strong that he could break through the blockade of the true spirit realm. Die. The green-clothed female was enraged. Because she was afraid of injuring the Empress, she couldn't go all out. Chapter 308. Zhao Feng didn't panic as he faced the green-dressed lady's counterattack. He activated his bloodline power, and the power of lightning surged, forming waves after waves of green lightning. Instantly, the surrounding area was sunken and scorched black. The power of the lightning ring contained the power of lightning that could even numb experts at the true human rank and slow them down. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had the support of the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit, so he didn't need to worry too much about his true force being used up. Shameless pervert! The green-clothed female was blocked by Zhao Feng's attack. More importantly, the ripple of lightning had an AoE effect and would affect Empress Qin, who was behind her. Empress Qin, this petal was left behind by the Water Moon Pirate and wasn't my intention. Why do you want to kill me? Zhao Feng's expression was solemn. According to First Elder, he had a relationship with the person who received the letter. Even if that was the case, Empress Qin shouldn't have such strong killing intent. Men, kill him! Empress Qin's expression was cold, and she didn't explain at all. The killing intent in her eyes seemed to materialize. If it wasn't for the fact that she was affected by the jade petal in Zhao Feng's hand, she would have probably charged up and ripped Zhao Feng to shreds with her strength at the True Lord rank. Thoughts spun in Zhao Feng's mind. There were only two possibilities. 1. Empress Qin didn't care about their relationship and wanted to kill Zhao Feng for various reasons. 2. Empress Qin wasn't the person he was looking for. No matter what the situation wasn't good for Zhao Feng. The commotion here soon alerted the other people in the Water Mist Pavilion. I can't stay here for long. The Yin shadow cloak on Zhao Feng's back shook and his figure became dim. He turned into a streak of lightning as he sped towards the forest on the shore. You must kill him. Pass down the order. Zhao Feng is wanted by the entire country for trying to take advantage of me. Empress Qin exclaimed. Yes, Empress. The green-clothed lady turned into a green shadow and chased after Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's senses were extremely sharp, and his expression darkened when he heard Empress Qin's order. Damn, you Empress Qin. I respect you as an elder. Even though you were tricked by the Water Moon Pirate, I didn't touch you at all. But you treat me like this. In reality, it wasn't easy for Zhao Feng to do what he did. Brat, you molested the princess. Die. The girl in green followed Empress Qin's orders strictly. She wasn't going to capture him alive, but kill him on the spot. Humph. Zhao Feng's figure paused on the spot, his dreamy light blue hair fluttering wildly in the wind. A pair of deep blue eyes stared at the green-clothed lady. In an instant, an illusory chill seeped into the mental plane. Don't look him in the eye. Empress Qin was knowledgeable and immediately warned. Zhao Feng's psychic eye technique could be used as long as one psychic source was strong enough. The god's spiritual eye contained a strong source of mental energy and could increase the power of mental energy attacks. This was why no one at the same cultivation could block Zhao Feng's eye. If the opponent avoided Zhao Feng's left eye, the power would be reduced by 40%. However, Empress Qin's warning was a bit too late. The green-clothed lady's body trembled as her eyes met with Zhao Feng's for a breath. Plop! The green-clothed lady's body was drenched in cold sweat. Her face was full of shame and fear as she fell onto the ground, unable to move like Empress Qin. This scene caused Empress Qin's expression to freeze. At the same time, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye seemed to sense something and glanced in a few directions. 1 true mystic rank, 2 true human rank, and there will be more. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. He knew that he had no path of retreat. If it was just 1 or 2 true human ranks, he wouldn't be afraid. However, true mystic rank experts had speed and strength that surpassed his limit. Shua. He didn't stop there. Instead of retreating, he leapt towards Empress Qin. You! Empress Qin's body went numb and her face turned red. She couldn't control herself. At this point in time, the green-clothed lady's mental energy was extremely weak and she could only watch as Zhao Feng neared Empress Qin. Empress Qin secretly circulated her qi of true spirit. Although she had been hit by the Water Moon Pirate's sneak attack, she was still at the True Lord rank and could barely gather a wisp of qi of true spirit. As long as Zhao Feng neared, there was a high chance that she could kill him in one move. A wisp of qi of true spirit from a True Lord rank could definitely suppress those at the true human rank. Furthermore, Zhao Feng wasn't at the true spirit realm. However, all of her actions were within Zhao Feng's grasp. Shua, a dark silver belt on Zhao Feng's waist turned into a dark silver whip that wrapped around Empress Qin as if it had its own will. In the Water Moon treasury, the value of the mystic snake blood whip was the closest to the Water Moon 4 treasures. It was extremely powerful and specialized in binding people. It could absorb the blood of powerful beings to increase its strength. Shua. Empress Qin was trapped by the mystic snake blood whip and her blood essence was slowly being drained. If it was an ordinary transcending mortality stage cultivator, their blood essence would have been sucked dry in just 1 or 2 breaths. This meant that the wisp of qi of true spirit that she had gathered with great difficulty was interrupted. As Zhao Feng neared, the jade petal in his hand became hotter, and the faint red mark on Empress Qin's forehead became brighter. The aura of the jade petal would also affect Zhao Feng. Watch her. Zhao Feng seemed to speak to the air. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped onto Empress Qin's shoulder and controlled the mystic snake blood whip. Wang, a 3-colored lotus appeared under Zhao Feng's feet as he grabbed Empress Qin and ran out of the canopy great country. At the same time, the sound of air being torn sounded. A true mystic rank and 2 true human rank experts had arrived. I'll kill whoever dares to come near. Zhao Feng's expression was emotionless as his left eye turned deep blue. Meow meow. The little thieving cat nodded its head and tightened its grip on the mystic snake blood whip. It was especially proficient in swindling and deceiving people. A faint mark appeared on Empress Qin's snow-white neck, and she felt uncomfortable. Stop! The expressions of the nearby true spirit realm experts changed. The scene in front of them stunned them. Empress Qin's dress was half undone and her face was red. Her maid was covered in cold sweat and was limp on the ground, unable to move. This scene made everyone's imagination run wild. No one dared to get too close to Zhao Feng and could only maintain their distance. The speed of the 3-flowered, treasured lotus under Zhao Feng's feet was extremely fast, and was even faster than normal true human rank experts. Quickly notify the Imperials. Reporting to the Emperor. Someone has kidnapped the Empress and is suspected to be the successor of the Water Moon Pirate. News after news spread through the air. In just half the time it took to make tea, the capital shook. Due to the rising dragon auction, there were more experts at the true spirit realm in the sky than usual. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Someone's kidnapped the Empress? 3-flowered, treasured lotus. He's probably the successor of the Water Moon Pirate. Don't get too close, or you'll be hit by the poison. The experts at the true spirit realm in the air clicked their tongues. The Water Moon Pirate's fame from 100 years ago was still there. His soft fragrance poison could kill experts at the true spirit realm and was unparalleled under the true lord rank. Zhao Feng held Empress Qin hostage and passed through the capital's city walls. Right at this moment, a powerful aura of the true spirit realm spread through the air. Lightning seemed to crackle in the air, and the heaven-earth yuan, qi, started to become restless. "Ignorant brat, why aren't you giving up?" A cold voice, like a bolt of lightning, reverberated in the void above their heads, like the decree of a god. True lord rank. At this moment in time, countless experts near the city walls held their breaths as their hearts jumped. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye caught the movement of the heaven-earth yuan qi. True lord rank. No, it's probably at the half-step origin core realm. He took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings, but didn't find any traces. The more critical the moment, the faster Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye twitched. His left eye could see through 100 li of space, and he could roughly tell that the being who had spoken was still a distance away from him. "If anyone comes within 50 miles of me, I'll kill them immediately or do some beastly things in front of everyone." Zhao Feng's face turned cold, and he temporarily ignored the vast energy in the air. "Everyone retreat." Empress Qin's expression finally changed. She came from the Tao of Charm, and if her reputation was destroyed, then the 100 years of foundation she had built in the Imperials would be gone. Furthermore, there were some people in the Imperials that wanted to kill her. At this point in time, everything within 50 miles of Zhao Feng was cleared out by the Imperials' forces. The upper echelon of the Imperials, the Emperor, elders, and generals all arrived. At this moment in time, the entire capital shook. "Don't hurt Qin." The Emperor of the Canopy Great Country was a bulky middle-aged man with brown hair. Seeing Zhao Feng hold Empress Qin hostage, his heart ached and he immediately ordered everyone near Zhao Feng to be cleared out. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye scanned across the 50 miles radius and his expression went grim. In the northeast corner, 1 person on the tree, 2 people in the clouds, 4 people in the lake. His targets were at least at the half-step true spirit realm. Following his words, the imperial family was in a state of shock. Although they had retreated their pursuers on the surface, they still sent people in the dark to start the rescue plan. However, Zhao Feng's eyes were like torches. Within 50 miles he could even see a mosquito, let alone a person. "This brat's eye bloodline is terrifying. Retract all our spies," the Emperor of the Canopy Great Country said helplessly. The other elders, generals, and ministers looked at each other helplessly. Empress Qin's position in the Imperials was extremely high, and the Emperor was extremely in love with her. Who would have thought that Zhao Feng, a youth that hadn't even reached the true human rank, would be able to hold Empress Qin hostage? One had to know that Empress Qin's true cultivation had reached the true lord rank, but she cultivated the Tao of Charm and didn't specialize in battle. Even so, she could crush anyone under the true spirit realm. Back then, even the Water Moon pirate had lost to her. What was even more terrifying was his eye bloodline. It could see through space, and all schemes couldn't be hidden from him. Right at this moment, the heaven-earth yuan qi in the air started to gather, and a true spirit realm aura reached a level that could shake the heavens and earth. This aura seemed to rule the heavens and earth, and when it descended, everything bowed. Grand Elder! The Imperials, including the Emperor of the Canopy Great Country, all bowed down as if he was a god. Chapter 309. Grand Elder. Joy flashed through Empress Qin's eyes. With the Grand Elder's cultivation at the half-step origin core realm, he had many methods to save her even from dozens of miles away. With just a thought from him, he could make normal true human rank cultivators break down and surrender. At this point in time, the aura of a half-step origin core realm filled the air within 100 miles. The heaven-earth yuan qi could be sensed and condensed, creating all sorts of phenomena. An old man holding an ancient wooden staff had appeared near the city walls. His face was full of wrinkles, and he had a cold expression. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Greetings, Grand Elder Longmu. The experts at the True Spirit Realm, including the Canopy Great Country's Emperor, all bowed respectfully. The Canopy Great Country's Imperials had lasted for tens of thousands of years in the northern continent and ruled over the world in name. Naturally, they had peerless experts. The Grand Elder, Longmu, was such an existence. Grand Elder, as long as you make a move, that brat won't be able to resist at all. The Canopy Great Country's Emperor said eagerly. No one doubted the Grand Elder's strength. That brat's bloodline isn't simple. Mental energy pressure isn't enough to stop him. Not only that, but his pet cat is also different. Elder Longmu squinted his eyes and stared into the distance, but he didn't make any rash moves. Empress Qin's status and influence in the Imperials could be ranked in the top 3, and her cultivation had reached the true Lord rank. There were only a few experts like her in the entire Imperials. More importantly, Empress Qin was the bridge between the Imperials and the Liu family. The reason why the main Liu family supported the Imperials was because of Empress Qin's influence and contributions. If they lost the Liu family support, the Imperials' power and influence would be greatly reduced and might even be suppressed by the Iron Blood religion. Dozens of miles away, in this dangerous situation, Zhao Feng didn't panic too much. The little thieving cat controlled the mystic snake blood whip to restrain Empress Qin, and the pressure of the half-step origin core realm didn't affect it much. Meow meow. The little thieving cat even bared its teeth and made a face. These movements naturally did not escape the powerful senses of the Supreme Elder, Dragonwood. Zhao Feng's calm and composed expression also fell into Elder Longmu's spiritual sense. Little guy, let go of the princess and surrender. You still have hope. Elder Longmu's voice was cold and vast. It was like the decree of a god, causing one's mind to tremble and feel like it was on the verge of collapse. It was as if the slightest bit of disobedience would cause one to be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with an icy blue light. His mind shook for a moment before becoming as steady as a rock. In the dimension of his left eye, there was only a slight ripple in the pond. The god's spiritual eye's true source of mental energy was unfathomable, but most of its power couldn't be used by Zhao Feng. However, this would also give Zhao Feng a passive state. He would be able to greatly weaken or even become immune to mental attacks. In a one-on-one fight, Elder Longmu could kill Zhao Feng with a flick of his finger, but his psychic power was not strong enough to make Zhao Feng surrender. The situation isn't so simple. If it's just this brat, I have many other methods. Elder Longmu's gaze looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye could see through dozens of miles and see what was happening near the city walls. On the 3-flowered, treasured lotus, Empress Qin's face was red, but her breathing calmed down. She was, after all, an expert at the True Lord rank and was able to suppress the faint red mark on her forehead. The mystic peach seal counters females and is a secret technique of the mystic flower treasured Bible. However, the Water Moon pirate still underestimated my improvement. Empress Qin's expression didn't change. She was waiting for her body to adapt to the power of the mystic peach seal. As long as she recovered 10 to 20% of her qi of true spirit, she would be able to counterattack. However, the pressure Empress Qin faced wasn't just that. Zhao Feng's mystic snake blood whip had trapped Empress Qin and was slowly absorbing her blood essence. Various factors limited Empress Qin's recovery speed. Zhao Feng, are you interested in listening to a story? Do you want to know why I wanted to kill you? Empress Qin's beauty was enough to move one's soul. Even Zhao Feng's heart couldn't help but speed up. Although the god's spiritual eye allowed his emotions to become more rational and calm, the pursuit of beauty was an instinct of all living beings. Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head with interest. Empress Qin was slowly adapting to the mystic peach seal, and Zhao Feng could sense it. Once upon a time, there was a sage that took in 3 female disciples. The first disciple chose the Tao of life, the second chose the Tao of charm, and the third chose the Tao of entertainment. Back then, the 3 disciples were all at the age of flowers, but at that moment, they all walked different paths. Empress Qin started to reminisce about the past and revealed a rare look of innocence. Due to the distance, no one heard the conversation between Zhao Feng and Empress Qin apart from Elder Long Mu. I've heard of this story before. Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly. The wise man made different inheritance plans for his 3 disciples and brought them to different places to roam. One of the female disciples met a young genius in a faraway village and fell in love with him for a short period of time. But in the end, she left the remote mountain village and returned to the bustling metropolis for the sake of her inheritance and her great career. She lived a wonderful life. Speaking up to here, Empress Qin's smile paused. Zhao Feng obviously knew that the female disciple was Empress Qin. The faraway village was the 13 countries of cloud. That's the first reason why I want to kill you, Empress Qin said expressionlessly. Zhao Feng's heart shook slightly. This Empress Qin was even more heartless than he had imagined. But thinking about it, this was normal. No matter how much First Elder had sacrificed, it was all in the past. The current Empress Qin stood at the top of the country, and her life wasn't far away. There wasn't much contact between the two. On the other hand, First Elder was just a lover of Empress Qin when she was young, a lover that came from a small village. How could she, who had already become Empress, allow her past lover to enter her life, even if he was her lover's disciple? Therefore, when she found out that Zhao Feng was First Elder's disciple, Empress Qin was filled with killing intent, but she hesitated. The second reason is that you and Lu Qinxin are fated to be married. Eldest senior sister had inherited the Tao of fate and had risked her life to change her fate. You're the key. Coldness flashed in Empress Qin's eyes. Zhao Feng was speechless. He didn't think that there would be such a relationship. Empress Qin and his fiancé, Lu Qinxin, were on opposite sides. This meant that Zhao Feng was once again pushed to the opposite side of Empress Qin. Originally, I only wanted to calm you down first, and then secretly kill you without anyone knowing. But I didn't expect that you would inherit the Water Moon Pirates' last wish. You came with the mystic peach blossom seal and triggered the hidden danger in my body. Empress Qin snickered coldly. Hearing this, Zhao Feng shook his head and smiled. It's probably not just a hidden danger. Those that wield the mystic peach blossom seal are strong enough and can even enslave you. Empress Qin remained silent and didn't deny it. Zhao Feng's relationship with First Elder and Lu Qinxin was a potential problem in the future, but it wasn't fatal right now. Back at the Water Mist Pavilion, Empress Qin didn't dare to make a move. It wasn't until Zhao Feng took out the mystic peach blossom seal that she revealed her killing intent. Water Moon Pirate, I don't even know if you've helped me or harmed me. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. Empress Qin fell into silence and calmness filled her eyes. At this moment in time, her qi of true spirit had unknowingly recovered to 10%, but she pretended that she didn't notice. If she made a move now, she might be able to escape, but she couldn't guarantee that she could kill Zhao Feng. Pa! Zhao Feng condensed a petal of lightning in his palm and slammed it towards Empress Qin. At the same time, the little thieving cat's mystic snake blood whip tightened. You! The 10% of Empress Qin's qi of true spirit was shattered by Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat's combined attack. Her delicate body turned limp and powerless again, and her face turned bright red. Zhao Feng estimated the distance and found that he was 100 miles away from the capital. Grand Elder Long Mu, as well as several other experts, followed closely behind. Long Mu was silent and didn't make a move. Greetings, Lord Tiamat. Zhao Feng smiled as he looked towards a mountain dozens of miles away and a blood-colored token inlaid with gold appeared in his hand. Metal blood gold, Lord Token. Cho! The blood-colored medallion turned into a ray of blood-colored light that shone with a brilliant golden light. Ha ha ha. I was going to watch the show, but you found out. A long laugh came from the abyss. In the next instant, it was a palanquin forged from gold and iron, with the pattern of a blood dragon and a sword crossing each other. It was sinister and domineering. For true human rank bearers slowly floated toward Zhao Feng. Golden spear blood dragon palanquin. The expressions of the experts from the imperial family changed at the same time. Elder Long Mu's eyebrows furrowed. In the Canopy Great Country, there weren't many people that didn't know about the golden spear blood dragon palanquin. Even if they didn't know about it, they would know about its legends. Golden spear blood dragon palanquin. Deputy Patriarch of the Iron Blood Religion. Empress Qin's expression tightened and her calm expression became solemn for the first time. Before, no matter how bad the situation was, she didn't have this expression. Tiamo, are you going to protect this brat? Elder Long Mu's cold voice shook everything within dozens of miles. Countless beings were deathly silent. The blood-haired Tiamo walked out of the golden spear, blood, dragon palanquin, and went to help Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng is an esteemed guest of the Iron Blood Religion. If it wasn't for Empress Qin, he wouldn't have put himself in danger. Tiamat snickered coldly. Although his cultivation was slightly weaker than Elder Long Mu's, he didn't back down. After refining the wheel of light and darkness, Tiamat was even more confident. Let go of Empress Qin and treat today's matter as a misunderstanding. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape unscathed from the frenzied attacks of us true Lord ranks. Elder Long Mu's expression was slightly ugly. By saying this, he had already made a big concession. Okay, let her go. After coming to an agreement, the blood-haired Tiamat was very decisive. Zhao Feng nodded his head and kicked towards Empress Qin without saying anything else. Chapter 310. Zhao Feng nodded his head expressionlessly and kicked the beauty Empress Qin. This action made the blood-hair-colored man dazed. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted. The upper echelon of the Imperials were all stunned. Did Zhao Feng have a heart of stone? How could he be so cold and kick the #1 beauty of the great country? Furthermore, Empress Qin was an elder to him. However, the situation wasn't so simple. Just as Zhao Feng kicked out, a cold light flashed in Empress Qin's eyes and the redness on her face recovered. A multicolored qi of true spirit rose from her body and spun around before leaping towards Zhao Feng. Empress Qin's counterattack. Unknowingly, Empress Qin had regained control of 10 to 20% of her qi of true spirit. At this critical moment, she counterattacked. Watch out! The blood-hair-colored Tiamo exclaimed. He was on his way to help Zhao Feng and didn't have time to interfere. After killing Zhao Feng and destroying the mystic peach flower seal, I'll be able to recover my full strength at the True Lord rank and won't need to be too scared of the Deputy Patriarch of the Iron Blood Religion. When the Grand Elder and company arrive, we'll have a chance to kill the Deputy Patriarch. Killing intent flashed in Empress Qin's eyes as the multicolored qi of true spirit leapt towards Zhao Feng. This was a shocking turn of events. Once Empress Qin succeeded, not only would Zhao Feng die, the situation of the great country would also change. Brilliant! Indeed worthy of being the Empress. The eyes of the Imperials lit up as they praised. However, what was even more interesting was that, the instant Empress Qin attacked, Zhao Feng kicked out. His kick was even faster than Empress Qin's. The two were both on the 3-flowered, treasured lotus, and the difference couldn't be made up with cultivation. Furthermore, Zhao Feng wasn't fighting alone. He had the little thieving cat. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat bared its teeth. Although the mystic snake blood whip was pushed away by Empress Qin's powerful qi of true spirit, It decisively let go of the mystic snake blood whip and swiped at Empress Qin. Bang! Right at this moment, Zhao Feng kicked out and clashed with Empress Qin. Pung! Zhao Feng harumphed and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this kick contained the power of lightning and the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit, which made Empress Qin freeze and retreat. At this point in time, Empress Qin could only use 10 to 20% of her strength, and Zhao Feng had taken the initiative, so she obviously didn't have the upper hand. Pa! The little thieving cat's paw glittered with a cold light as it slapped Empress Qin's face. Qi! Empress Qin's protective qi of true spirit was torn apart, and her body was pushed out of the 3-flowered, treasured lotus and fell onto the ground. A red and swollen scratch mark appeared on her dainty and beautiful jade face. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat licked the blood on its paw and made a face at Empress Qin. This thieving cat. Empress Qin trembled in anger. She, the empress of a country, was slapped in the face by a little cat. Although her counterattack just then didn't succeed, it was at least on par with Zhao Feng. However, Empress Qin had underestimated the cat in front of Zhao Feng. What a powerful cat! Tiamo arrived from behind and exclaimed. Zhao Feng casually held the mystic peach blossom seal. Empress Qin's expression changed as she decisively turned back and met up with the Grand Elder and company. With the failure of her counterattack, she had to admit that she was at a disadvantage in this battle. The reason why Zhao Feng could win wasn't just because of his own intelligence, power, and courage. He wasn't fighting alone. There was still the Water Moon Pirate behind him. Even under this situation, Empress Qin was still able to counterattack and almost flip the heavens. Even Tiamo broke out in cold sweat. With the mystic peach blossom seal, Zhao Feng had restricted Empress Qin's true Lord rank battle power. Follow me into the sedan. Tiamo pulled Zhao Feng into the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan. At this moment in time, Grand Elder Long Mu, Empress Qin, 2 true Lord ranks and 5 true Mystic ranks faced the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan. Elder Long Mu, why don't we use this chance to kill Tiamo? As long as we kill or heavily injure him, the situation of the Canopy Great Country will change. Everyone knows that the true Iron Blood Religion Patriarch is in deep sleep and is just a joke. Tiamo alone isn't enough to beat us all. The upper echelons of the Imperials spoke. However, only Elder Long Mu and Empress Qin had calm expressions. Empress Qin, what do you think? Elder Long Mu's gaze turned towards Empress Qin. The chance of winning is only 50-50. The Iron Blood Religion has been in the capital for many years. Everyone knows Tiamo's strength, and now that he has the Wheel of Light and Darkness, his offense and defense are perfect. Furthermore, the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan is the inheritance of the Iron Blood Religion Patriarch and can ignore the attacks of those at the true human rank by 70% and those at the true mystic rank by 30%. Empress Qin didn't let hatred affect her rationality. Although there was a scratch on her face, it didn't decrease her beauty and made others feel pity for her. In reality, she was also wary of Zhao Feng's mystic peach flower seal and 3-flowered treasured lotus. The mystic peach flower seal countered her. The 3-flowered treasured lotus had 3 fragrances that could affect those at the true spirit realm. Along with the Golden Spear Blood Dragon religion, it was like adding wings to a tiger. This meant that the success rate of the Imperial side was lower, especially for Empress Qin. The Imperials and the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan faced each other, and neither side started fighting. Zhao Feng sat in the spacious Blood Dragon sedan and felt a sense of stability. The material of the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan was something that even his god's spiritual eye couldn't see through. Zhao Feng, hand over the mystic peach flower seal and we'll let you go. The Canopy Great Country's emperor suggested. The Imperials retract the bounty on me and don't do anything to harm me or those close to me. I'll destroy the mystic peach flower seal in 3 years. Zhao Feng said, with the mystic peach flower seal, Empress Qin would have to think twice whether she wanted to harm him or the Broken Moon clan. The reason why they agreed on 3 years was because Zhao Feng found that the mystic peach flower seal's power was fading and wouldn't be able to threaten Empress Qin in 3 years. Okay, it's a deal. Empress Qin nodded her head. At most, she would hide for 3 years. Even if Zhao Feng returned at that time, she would think of a way to resolve the Water Moon pirate scheme. After the two sides came to an agreement, the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan was carried away by 4 true human rank porters. The Imperials watched as the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan left. Grand Elder, Emperor, Empress, we're just letting him go like this. After this battle, where is the dignity of our imperial family? The upper echelon of the Imperials couldn't hold it in any more. A measly youth at the Ascended Realm had kidnapped the Empress in front of everyone and had to watch him leave. This was a heavy blow to the Imperials' reputation. A little impatience will spoil great plans. The Iron Blood religion's influence is slightly higher than ours. The scariest thing is that their sect master, whose fate is unknown. The Grand Elder shook his head faintly. We admit that the Iron Blood religion's patriarch is strong. Several hundred years ago, he participated in the attack on the Scarlet Moon religion and was an expert of the same generation as the Scarlet Moon religion. But now, several hundred years have passed and normal sovereigns only have a lifespan of 500 to 800 years. The Iron Blood religion's patriarch was heavily injured and said that he's in seclusion. I suspect that he's already dead. Even if he's still alive, his strength isn't enough, or else the Iron Blood religion would have conquered the country long ago and become a one-star sect. A brown-haired elder at the True Lord rank said unhappily. First Elder of Mercury, your words aren't without reason. However, this is a strange time for the Northern Continent, Middle Continent, and the 10 Great Clans. Grand Elder Long Mu smiled faintly. Hearing up to here, everyone fell into thought. You're talking about the sacred True Dragon Gathering? The eyes of the crowd flickered. You should know how big the sacred True Dragon Gathering is. This happened once every 10 years, and only enough true dragon geniuses and luck could attract the 4 great inheritances. In the last 10,000 years, the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance has appeared once. The 7 Sword Inheritance has appeared twice, and the other inheritances have appeared almost 100 times. The Grand Elder paused slightly. The sacred True Dragon Gathering is a great fortune for the Azure Flower Continent to connect with the inheritances. The 10 great clans, great countries, and sovereigns at the Origin Core realm all have a spot. This concerns the future of the great country. If one can enter the inheritances and take out some powerful weapons and techniques, it'll be enough to change the fate of the great country. Empress Qin smiled and nodded her head with expectation in her eyes. Within the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan. Thank you, Deputy Patriarch, for helping me. Zhao Feng was filled with gratefulness. This time, he used the Iron Blood Gold Lord token to return a favor to the Iron Blood religion. The blood-hair-colored Tiamat inspected him for a while. Zhao Feng, I underestimated your potential and courage. The Imperials, Lu family, and even Qin Sword Palace are all enemies with you. Where do you plan to go? Hearing this, Zhao Feng was slightly puzzled. He had already completed the mission his master gave him. The result was that not only was he not arranged by the master, he was also killed. I've offended the Flooding Lake City Lord and the Imperials. Where should I go? Zhao Feng was indeed puzzled. He had nowhere to put down his roots. Return to the 13 countries? The situation wouldn't be any better than here. On the contrary, the Canopy Great Country was rich in resources and opportunities. If you're willing, I can promote you to be the Iron Blood religion's division leader. The territory under you is equivalent to the population of a small country. Tiamat obviously admired Zhao Feng. He had basically repaid Zhao Feng's favor, and he was still throwing out an olive branch offering to make Zhao Feng a branch leader. This meant that if Zhao Feng wanted to, the territory he controlled would be the same as the territory of the Cloud Country. It could be said to be a force to be reckoned with. In the Iron Blood religion, only those at the true mystic rank had the right to be a division leader. From this, one could see how much Tiamat valued him. What was even more strange was that Zhao Feng had nowhere to go and was in a state of confusion and danger. Sure, I'm willing to join the Iron Blood religion. Zhao Feng agreed. Chapter 311. Zhao Feng agreed without hesitation. In the Canopy Great Country, he didn't have a foothold. In the 13 countries, he didn't even have a place to stay. Right now, he was like a duckweed without roots, drifting aimlessly. Ever since the end of the Alliance Banquet, Zhao Feng was at the lowest point of his life. After entering the Great Country, he was chased by the major forces. This could be said to be the worst period of his life, since the Iron Blood religion had helped Zhao Feng. Even if it was a wicked force, Zhao Feng wouldn't reject it. After going through so many ups and downs, he no longer had a clear distinction between good and evil, right and wrong. Furthermore, in Zhao Feng's heart, there was another wish. Once he had enough strength, he would kill his way back to the 13 countries and change the situation of his home and clan. Zhao Feng, the reason I appreciated you before was because of your special eye bloodline. However, you escaped from the flooding Lake City, won the battle in the Water Moon Treasury, and now kidnapped Empress Qin and escaped unscathed. I have a higher opinion of your talent, potential, and courage. The blood-hair-colored man Tiamat's smile was mysterious. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. He didn't think that all his actions and actions hadn't escaped the Iron Blood religion's sight. Running away from the wedding and kidnapping the princess were both sensational events. The Water Moon Treasury was in a very remote area and hadn't been there for long. For the Iron Blood religion to be able to find the truth so quickly, their power couldn't be underestimated. There's another great fortune that I'm inviting you to join the Iron Blood religion. Maybe you can try it. The blood-hair-colored man paused. Great fortune? Zhao Feng was very sensitive to these words. He could be sure that the Water Moon Treasury wasn't a great fortune in Tiamat's eyes. Of the Water Moon 4 treasures, only the 3-flowered, treasured lotus could enter his eyes. That's the largest sacred, true dragon gathering of the Azure Flower Continent. Every genius that participates in the sacred true dragon gathering will attract the providence of the continent. The geniuses that participate will come from all over the continent, and every one of them is a prodigy of the heavens. The blood-hair-colored man said, Sacred true dragon gathering. Back when Zhao Feng was in the 13 countries, he had read about the true dragon geniuses in some ancient records. He didn't think that the true source would be here. The 13 countries of Cloud were too far away, and many of them were isolated from the outside world. This was normal. The sacred true dragon gathering is the stage of the entire continent, and the eyes of the entire continent will be gathered here. For the majority of geniuses, even if they could only show their skills on stage, they would have no regrets. Unfortunately, most geniuses don't even have the qualifications to participate. The crimson-haired man could not help but sigh. Zhao Feng was speechless. How many geniuses were there in the entire continent? According to Empress Qin's example, the cloud country that Zhao Feng lived in was a remote village. Above the village, there were towns, cities, and capitals. A village like Zhao Feng, Exaianwuheng, Beimua, Songyue, Zhao Yufei, Lintong. How many of these geniuses were there in the continent? How many of them were stronger than this one? Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng couldn't help but become excited, and the blood in his body started to boil. Tiamat saw the change in Zhao Feng's expression and smiled. Holding the sacred true dragon gathering gathers enough providence, and there's a chance to connect with the inheritances. For example, the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance and 7 Sword Inheritance. Of course, these inheritances are extremely rare, especially the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance, which only appears once every 10,000 years and has a 1 in 100 chance. through the sacred true dragon gathering, there's a chance to connect with the inheritances outside. Zhao Feng understood. The sacred true dragon gathering attracted the attention of the entire continent. The 10 great clans, great countries, and sects would probably all send their geniuses to participate. If one could participate in the sacred true dragon gathering, it meant that they could fight with geniuses from all over the continent. Will there be a chance to meet the geniuses of the 13 countries or the Iron Dragon's strong country? Zhao Feng suddenly had a thought. According to normal thinking, the possibility wasn't high. The 13 countries were too far away, and the Iron Dragon's strong country might have a chance. However, thinking about it, the 13 cloud countries might have already become part of the Iron Dragon country's territory. This situation was not certain. Zhao Feng didn't know that the reason why First Elder was able to send him far away was because he had connections with the elders of the other clans. Deputy Patriarch, do you want me to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering? Zhao Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Fighting with all the geniuses of the continent and having a chance to step out of the continent and enter the inheritances was definitely something worth looking forward to and excited about. Hee, Zhao Feng, you're overestimating yourself. Although your bloodline, potential, courage, and other aspects are all perfect with your skill, even if you entered the sacred true dragon gathering, it would be not bad if you could enter the top 1,000. If you can't reach the top 100, you won't have much value to the Iron Blood religion. A playful smile appeared on the blood-haired man's lips. Zhao Feng paused slightly. He didn't have the right to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. You've always stayed in a small village and underestimated the peak geniuses of the continent. In the 10 great clans, a small number of core disciples have reached the true spirit realm at your age, and it's not rare. Some of the truly monstrous geniuses have reached the 2nd level of the true mystic rank, and their masters are even at the origin core realm. The blood-haired man's following words were a blow to Zhao Feng. The strongest geniuses of the continent had talent and body that surpassed the 13 countries. Maybe Zhao Yufei could be compared to them. In terms of resources, even the Canopy Great country surpassed the 13 countries. On the other hand, the 10 great clans were 1 level higher than the Iron Blood religion and the Imperials. The 10 great sects, which had a long history, even destroyed the Scarlet Moon religion. What was more terrifying was that a small number of geniuses were disciples of sovereigns. Talent, resources, masters, competition, whether it was in terms of birth or environment, they all surpassed Zhao Feng. In this sort of situation, Zhao Feng's immense confidence was finally somewhat diminished. Although you can challenge and win against those at the true human rank when you are at the half-step true spirit realm. But in the past sacred true dragon gathering, there were occasionally those with higher cultivation. For example, the sword Saint Yi Wuxia from several hundred years ago defeated someone at the late stages of the true human rank when he was only at the early stages of the true human rank and won first place. Tiama's smile was thick. In reality, with Zhao Feng's current strength, it would be no problem for him to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. It was just that he wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. He was purposely beating Zhao Feng up to temper his temperament and put even more pressure on him. The sacred true dragon gathering will be held in half a year, and the Iron Blood religion has many seeds. If you have the chance to reach the true spirit realm in the next half a year, it shouldn't be a problem for you to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. Tiama said, I understand. Zhao Feng faintly nodded his head. Under normal situations, with Zhao Feng's current cultivation, it wasn't very likely for him to reach the true spirit realm in half a year. But don't forget that Zhao Feng's mental energy level was very high, and he had the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit. Tiama could sense Zhao Feng's mental energy level, but he couldn't sense the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit that was sealed by the Heaven's legacy inheritance. From Tiama's point of view, Zhao Feng had a 30 to 40% chance of reaching the true spirit realm in half a year. In reality, Zhao Feng was 90% confident. The Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan flew in the air for several thousand miles before landing in a large valley. The Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan had the ability to fly, and the 4 sedan bearers were only there to help the Deputy Patriarch. This valley was guarded by a large array that was more than 10 times the size of the Broken Moon clans. In the depths of the valley, there was a deep and spacious palace built in the valley and caves. This was the headquarters of the Iron Blood religion, and although it wasn't as big as the capital, its defense was extremely strong. Greetings, Deputy Patriarch. When the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan landed, the members of the Iron Blood religion from the Ascended Realm to the True Spirit Realm all bowed. Zhao Feng followed the blood-hair, colored man out of the Iron Blood religion and attracted countless gazes. Who's this brat? How can he ride the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan with the Deputy Patriarch? The members of the Iron Blood religion were secretly surprised. Half the time it took to make tea later, the blood-hair colored man and Zhao Feng entered a grand palace. Tiamat called for a simple meeting, attended by a protector, several elders, and other higher-ups. Zhao Feng recognized the wrinkled elder in ancient robes. It was the protector who warned him when he first entered the capital. This youth is the one who kidnapped Empress Qin, Zhao Feng. The blood-hair colored Deputy Patriarch gave a simple introduction. The cultivation of the upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion were all above the true mystic rank, and some were even at the peak of the true mystic rank. One of the regulation's elders was a white-haired female whose cultivation had reached the true lord rank, and her authority was only below the Deputy Patriarch. After the introduction, Zhao Feng got to know some of the upper echelons present. Of course, the Iron Blood religion was spread across a large area, and not all of the upper echelons were present. Just this alone made Zhao Feng click his tongue. Even the 13 clans and the 2 strong countries combined probably won't be the Iron Blood religion's match. Zhao Feng thought in his heart, Patriarch, you're going to give him the title of chapter leader? This isn't a small matter. Most chapter leaders are either experts at the true mystic rank or peak true human rank. But for such a young man with insufficient cultivation to control the situation, I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate. The white-haired woman, who was also the enforcement elder, raised her doubts. According to what Zhao Feng knew, although Tiamat was the Deputy Patriarch of the Iron Blood religion, he wasn't much different from the Patriarch. No one knew if the Patriarch was dead or alive, and there were rumors that he was in a deep sleep. All in all, the real Patriarch usually didn't exist. The regulation's elder's cultivation had reached the true lord rank, and she was the only one present who dared to question the Deputy Patriarch's decision. The rest of the people also chimed in. A chapter leader had a lot of weight in the Iron Blood religion and was in charge of an area. In the Imperials, it was equivalent to a marquis. I've made my decision. The blood-hair colored Deputy Patriarch's expression didn't change, and he didn't even explain. He had a sense of authority. Chapter 312. I've made up my mind. Iron Blood religion, the Grand Meeting Hall. The white-haired discipline elder and the others were startled by the vice sect master's decision to go against the crowd's objections. Most of the time, the Deputy Patriarch would listen to the elders' and protectors' suggestions. Furthermore, the upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion respected the Deputy Patriarch very much. Sometimes, even if the Deputy Patriarch did things his way, the results would prove that he was right, especially when it came to using people. The blood-hair colored Deputy Patriarch's eyes were very good at reading people. However, this time, everyone looked at each other. The Iron Blood religion has never had such a young chapter leader. This Zhao Feng is only 16 or 17 years old. According to some places, he isn't even an adult yet. The protector, with a wrinkled face in an ancient robe, thought to himself, last time at the Canopy Great Capital, He had sent a letter to Zhao Feng and knew about this youth's background and information. Even the protector in ancient robes had his doubts about the deputy sect master's arrangements. However, since the deputy patriarch had made the decision, no one dared to object. Just like this, Zhao Feng became the youngest chapter leader in the history of the Iron Blood religion. The upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion sighed and questioned, "Deputy Patriarch, where do you plan to put Zhao Feng?" The white-haired regulations elder didn't continue to object and instead changed the topic. "Which chapters don't have a leader right now?" Tiamat said casually. "The Thousand Water chapter and Eternal Sky chapter both don't have a chapter leader. The Thousand Water chapter is slightly closer to the headquarters, and the two vice chapter leaders are strong, but the position of the chapter leader hasn't been decided yet. The Eternal Sky chapter is further away, and the old chapter leader just passed away," the white-haired female said. "N. Put Zhao Feng in the Thousand Water chapter." Tiamat didn't have time to think. Hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelon changed once more. The Thousand Water chapter was closer to the capital and the headquarters of the Iron Blood religion. The deputy patriarch's arrangement could obviously take care of Zhao Feng. However, the two vice division masters of the Thousand Water division, Yun Sha and Qin Mingjin, aren't easy to deal with. Their combat strength is formidable, and they're eyeing the position of division master covetously. Especially Yun Sha, he is arrogant and unruly. The white-haired woman's lips curled into a smile as she thought of this. The Thousand Water branch was slightly closer to the capital, so the area it was stationed in was slightly more prosperous. It was much more attractive than some of the more remote branches. Correspondingly, the competition at the Thousand Water division was intense. There were many experts overseeing the division, and the factions were complicated. Tiamat didn't seem to think too much and directly appointed Zhao Feng as the Thousand Water branch master. "You can rest in the headquarters for half a month. When the time comes, I will arrange for a capable assistant to go with you." Tiamat secretly transmitted his voice to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded, took the branch leader's token, and temporarily entered the headquarters. Given this child's strength and experience, it will be difficult to control the Thousand Water division master. With Yun Sha and Qin Mingjin's personalities, they definitely won't submit to such a young and weak chapter master. The upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion sent off Zhao Feng's figure with their eyes, and a playful smile appeared on their lips. They were certain that Zhao Feng wouldn't last long as the Thousand Water chapter master. Next, let's discuss the progress of the sacred True Dragon gathering. Tiamat changed the topic. Iron Blood religion, in an elegant palace, the walls and ceiling were embedded with bright jewels that were bright and beautiful. Being a chapter master, Zhao Feng was a member of the upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion, and his treatment was extraordinary. He sat cross-legged and merged his consciousness into the second floor of the Lightning Inheritance in his mind. Back in the flooding Lake City, Zhao Feng had tried the second floor of the Lightning Inheritance. According to the requirements, the second floor of the Lightning Inheritance required one to be at the true human rank. However, Zhao Feng's mental energy level was high, and with the god's spiritual eyes learning ability, he could comprehend it back then, but it was slightly difficult. Now, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye had entered a deep sleep, and his cultivation had reached the half-step true spirit realm, so it was much easier to comprehend. In his mind, the Lightning Inheritance became more refined and detailed. From the macro to the micro, it slowly dissected the essence of things. This was Zhao Feng's forte. The dimension of his left eye could simulate the path and usage of various skills. Virtual flowers with lightning patterns appeared in the dimension of his left eye, appearing and disappearing one after another. While comprehending, Zhao Feng met some problems. One of them was that the power of lightning and heaven-earth yuan qi was weak unless it was a thunderstorm. Some attacks at the true spirit realm not only didn't weaken after leaving the body, They could even become stronger and last longer. This was the ability to resonate with the heaven-earth yuan qi. Under normal situations, only those at the true Lord rank could merge their qi of true spirit with the heaven-earth yuan qi. Those at the true human rank could only absorb to a certain degree and didn't need enough mental energy to truly resonate. From the looks of it, my bottleneck in the second level of the lightning inheritance is restricted by my cultivation. Zhao Feng understood where the problem was. Only when the qi of half-step true spirit had completely turned into qi of true spirit would the lightning element within his body be able to interact with the heaven-earth yuan qi from the outside world. Simply put, there was only one problem, and that was to break through to the true spirit realm. As long as he broke through to the true spirit realm, Zhao Feng would have some success on the second floor of the lightning inheritance. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng focused on cultivating and organizing what he had gained from the Water Moon Treasury and the Rising Dragon Auction. 1. The qi of half-step true spirit within Zhao Feng's body hummed with lightning. His aura was condensed, and those that came close would feel numb from lightning. The qi of half-step true spirit has been converted to 60% and is becoming slower. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. The closer one was to the limit, the harder it was. Of course, under normal situations, when the qi of half-step true spirit reached 60%, one could try to break through to the true spirit realm, but the chances weren't high. Zhao Feng released his senses, and the qi of half-step true spirit seeped out of his by Hui point to sense the endless heaven-earth yuan qi in the air. The heaven-earth yuan qi was a general concept that contained all kinds of elemental yuan qi, such as lightning, wind, fire. Zhao Feng's mental energy level was comparable to the true human rank, and adding on the god's spiritual eye's strong mental energy source, he had a greater advantage than others who had broken through. Not long after, he sensed a trace of the power of lightning. The first step, Zhao Feng's qi of half-step true spirit interacted with the heaven-earth yuan qi and cleansed his true force. Even those at the ascended realm could do this, but it was very shallow. This was the basic Xiantian realm. The second step, it had reached a sufficient affinity with the power of lightning in the heaven and earth yuan qi. This step surpassed those at the ascended realm and could be done by those at the half-step true spirit realm. Some skills focused on intent, but in reality it was to reach a certain mental energy state and have a high compatibility with the heaven-earth yuan qi. The higher the level of the skill, the stronger the compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the ability to absorb the qi of true spirit. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. Through his comprehension, his understanding of the true spirit realm had also deepened. At the same time, some of the things he didn't understand in the origin core ruins had also been comprehended. As time passed, Zhao Feng's compatibility with the heaven-earth yuan qi increased. 3 days later, he attracted a small amount of lightning yuan qi and absorbed it into his body. Because of his high cultivation and the control of the god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng's attraction to the lightning yuan qi became stronger. On the 5th day, lightning crackled in the air above Zhao Feng's hall. Those with high cultivations would find that the lightning yuan qi in this area was denser. The heaven-earth yuan qi was the basic structure of the universe. A person was only a particle. The higher the quality and quantity of heaven and earth yuan qi, the greater the level of life and the greater the power one could wield. If one's realm was high enough, even a single particle could become a supreme being in the universe, standing above all living beings. As he slowly accumulated, Zhao Feng's comprehension became deeper and deeper. The deepening of this understanding also helped to improve his mental state. On the 10th day, Zhao Feng could absorb the lightning yuan qi from the outside world to refine his body and true force. At this point in time, the true spirit realm didn't have any requirements for him. All he needed was some time. My qi of half-step true spirit has reached 80 to 90%. The most important thing is that my true force has doubled. Zhao Feng smiled as he opened his eyes. Right now, he only needed one last step to form his own source of true spirit in his dantian. As long as he succeeded, he would be an expert at the true spirit realm. Apart from this, he wasn't much different from normal experts at the true spirit realm. After completing this step, Zhao Feng felt like a fish in water when he cultivated the second level of the lightning inheritance. This was because his comprehension of the heaven-earth lightning yuan qi was stronger, and he could even attract and capture it. Qiu! Qiu! Zhao Feng raised his hand, and a chain of lightning shot out, forming a half-yard-long lightning snake that flew through the air. Within a few breaths, it didn't dissipate, and its power increased instead. After the lightning snake flew through the air, it circled around him 3 times without the support of true force. This was because the attack from the qi of half-step true spirit could still be sensed by Zhao Feng and attract the heaven-earth lightning yuan qi. From now on, Zhao Feng had completely entered the second level of the lightning inheritance and had even started to succeed. He then started to comprehend the various uses of the lightning inheritance, merging his movement, defense, and some powerful secret techniques. Blade of lightning. Zhao Feng raised his hand and lightning crackled in his palm. The lightning condensed and formed a half-yard-long blade of lightning that flickered realistically. In the past, Zhao Feng could barely create a blade of lightning that was only a meter long. It was rough and used up a lot of true force. At that moment, the lightning blade was a blade formed from fine lightning power. It possessed a sharp cutting ability. Shua! The blade of lightning flashed, and a high-grade mortal weapon next to Zhao Feng was sliced in half. The cut was scorched black, and it was still giving off smoke. What a powerful attack! It can cut through the qi of true spirit of normal true human rank cultivators. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Chapter 313. Several days later, amidst the clouds, a man and a woman sat on a lotus platform surrounded by tricolored petals. The man wore a blue and white heaven luo mystic robe and had blue hair. His left eye was a faint blue, and his expression was cold as he sat cross-legged. Beside him sat a girl in a pink dress. She was beautiful and looked to be in her 20s. The girl in pink was called Dai, and she was the assistant that Tianma had sent to Zhao Feng. Her cultivation had reached the true human rank. According to Tianma, this Dai was once the servant of the mysterious patriarch. Her cultivation, age, and experience couldn't be judged on the surface. For such a special person to accompany Zhao Feng to the Thousand Water Chapter, one could see how much Tianma cared for him. Chapter leader, the Thousand Water Chapter is located near the Thousand Water River. There are many rivers there, and the terrain is complicated. There are at least 100 forces there. The bigger forces include the Yin side family, by side family, 100 Flower Chapter, etc. Dai Ye's voice was soft and her aura was cute. In the Canopy Great Country, the Imperials, 3 sects and 4 families were spread across the Great Country. Even in the capital, where the Imperials were the strongest, there was still the Iron Blood religion. The situation at the Thousand Water River was the same. Apart from the Iron Blood religion, there were other forces such as the Yin side family, by side family, 100 Flower Chapter, etc. The few factions that Dai Yi had mentioned were all well known. Ordinary clans and sects weren't included in this list. In the past dozens of years, the Iron Blood religion was the strongest in the Thousand Water River area, just like the Flooding Lake Lu family. If it was before the Flooding Lake City Lord reached the true Lord rank, Zhao Feng's current position would be on par with the Flooding Lake Lu family head and the city lord. Of course, the Flooding Lake Lu tribe was considered one of the stronger sub-tribes dominating an area. 100 Flower Chapter? Zhao Feng was only slightly interested in one of the forces. The 100 Flower Chapter was the wicked clan that the Water Moon Pirate came from. After the death of the Water Moon Pirate, the 100 Flowers Gate gradually declined, but even so it was still on par with the Yun and by families. The 100 Flowers Gate can be ranked in the top 5 of the Thousand Water River region. It is an evil sect that occasionally harms the beautiful women of the various clans and sections. Dai Ye's expression was obedient. Her bright eyes flashed as she carefully sized up the youngest leader in the history of the Iron Blood religion. This time, Zhao Feng had broken the record as the leader of the Iron Blood religion. Firstly, he was only 16 or 17 years old, not even considered an adult. Secondly, his cultivation had not reached the true spirit realm. This youth was quiet and indifferent the entire way. He was often immersed in cultivation and comprehension. Sometimes, it was Dai Yi who injected the qi of true spirit into the 3-flowered, treasured lotus to make it fly. Not long after, Zhao Feng had a general understanding of the situation in the Thousand Water River region. What do I need to pay attention to after arriving at the Thousand Water Division? Zhao Feng humbly asked for guidance. On the surface, the Thousand Water chapter has a total of 6 experts at the true spirit realm. Amongst them, the 2 vice-chapter leaders, Yun Sha and Chen Mingjin, have the strength of the peak true human rank. When the 2 teamed up, they had once defeated experts at the true mystic rank. These 2 are looking forward to the position of chapter leader, and Dai Yi is worried that they won't accept you. Dai Yi didn't hide these unfavorable factors for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. From the looks of it, the pressure of the Thousand Water chapter leader wasn't small. The most important thing right now was to reach the true spirit realm as soon as possible. This way, the pressure would be smaller. The 3-flowered, treasured lotus flying speed was extremely fast and was close to normal true mystic ranks. The downside was that even if the 3-flowered treasured lotus was fully opened, it could only fit 2 or 3 people. However, the downside was that the 3-flowered treasured lotus defense, speed, and support abilities were extremely strong. It was currently Zhao Feng's most precious treasure. After that, Zhao Feng studied the map of the Thousand Water River. In the end, Zhao Feng saw the transverse water stronghold in a complicated area. So the transverse water stronghold and 100-flower chapter are both around the Thousand Water River. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Half a month later, Zhao Feng and Dai Yi arrived at the Thousand Water chapter. The new chapter leader instantly shook the Iron Blood religion chapter. The new chapter leader is a brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet. You want us adults to listen to the orders of a brat? I can't understand what the main headquarters of the Iron Blood religion is thinking. The upper echelon of the Thousand Water chapter was filled with anger. The 2 vice-chapter leaders, Yun Sha and Chen Mingjin, had ugly expressions. Yun Sha was a blood-robed youth with a cold expression. He had a bloodthirsty aura that was enough to make normal, true human rank tremble. Chen Mingjin was a glamorous woman in palace attire. She looked elegant and beautiful, and her eyes flickered with uncertainty. The 2 of them looked at each other and exchanged glances. This new branch master was personally appointed by the vice sect master, and he stood above everyone else. This is the first reason. The second reason is that this brat apparently received the inheritance of the Water Moon pirate and kidnapped Empress Qin in the capital, shocking the country. Chen Mingjin said, So what? Getting the Water Moon treasury was just luck. Kidnapping Empress Qin was just an act of desperation. If the deputy patriarch didn't help him, would he be able to escape? Yun Sha snickered coldly. It was very obvious that everyone had a deep understanding of the background and origin of this new branch leader. To the people below, they needed to understand the new branch leader's background and temper. This was to prevent a new official from trying to change his mind and getting caught in the crossfire. For the 2 vice-chapter leaders, only by finding the weakness of the opponent would they have a chance to rise. Chen Mingjin laughed and said, No matter what, he was personally appointed by the deputy patriarch, and his name has shaken the country. On the surface, we can't go against him, or else if word gets out. Yun Sha snickered coldly and didn't say anything. This new chapter leader had the support of the deputy patriarch, so he obviously couldn't go against him on the surface. However, he could use all kinds of methods in the dark. The new chapter leader soon descended from the sky on the 3-flowered, treasured lotus. Within the Iron Blood Religion division, everyone's eyes were locked onto the cold and emotionless blue-haired youth who was wearing the Heaven Luo mystic robe. His deep blue left eye seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, giving off an inexplicable coldness. The hearts of those in the lower echelons shook, and they instinctively avoided his gaze. This new chapter leader's gaze was too terrifying. The coldness seemed to be able to freeze the soul. Only the 2 vice chapter leaders didn't avoid his gaze. His eye bloodline isn't simple. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too low and his age isn't enough. Yunsha snickered coldly. The weird thing was that next to the new chapter leader was a maid wearing a pink dress whose cultivation had reached the true human rank. Dai, the most trusted maid of the Iron Blood religion leader and deputy patriarch. Chen Mingjin recognized the identity of the female attendant in a pink dress, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath and completely retract her contempt. The deputy patriarch had placed this maid next to Zhao Feng. From this, one could see how much importance he placed on the new chapter leader. Greetings, chapter leader. When Zhao Feng showed his chapter leader token, everyone bowed down. Even those as strong as Yun Sha and Chen Mingjin had to maintain respect on the surface and bowed toward Zhao Feng. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng descended from the sky and had the feeling that he was the ruler of the world. However, he understood that this was the power that the deputy patriarch had given him. Through his God's spiritual eye, it wasn't hard for Zhao Feng to see that these people didn't respect him. On his first day, Zhao Feng first got to know the upper echelons of the Iron Blood religion chapter. Some of the more important matters would be reported to the chapter leader by the deputy patriarch and elders. Chapter leader, recently the Yun side family's power has risen greatly and a new true human rank has appeared. Although the old patriarch is old and his true mystic rank battle power isn't enough, it's still the biggest threat to the Thousand Water chapter. Not long ago, the Yun side family caused trouble in the primal crystal mine under the control of the Thousand Water chapter and killed a person. There might be a reason for this. This subordinate suggests that we go find the Yun side family personally. Reporting to chapter leader, the 100-flower chapter has been unusually low-key these past few months, and some of the upper echelons have hidden themselves in the forest. We suspect that this has something to do with the fan-flying bandit obtaining the Water Moon treasury. The deputy chapter leader and several elders all presented some matters. Zhao Feng's brow furrowed. To him, these matters sounded like guesses and conspiracy theories, or perhaps they were making a mountain out of a molehill. At least in the Thousand Water chapter, there wasn't a force that dared to challenge the Thousand Water chapter. From today onwards, when I'm in seclusion, all matters will be handled by Dai. Zhao Feng stood up and entered his quarters. From the looks of it, he wasn't interested in these matters. This situation made Yun Sha and Chen Mingjin rejoice. The new chapter leader didn't have much interest in power. This meant that most of the matters were still under their control. The only person that was hard to deal with was this female attendant Dai. This female attendant used the name of the chapter leader to ask about the matters of the chapter leader and even questioned some of the mistakes. The new chapter leader's just a brat and isn't scary. The key is to deal with this female attendant. Yun Sha and Chen Mingjin's thoughts turned to Dai Yi. Not only was Dai Yi Zhao Feng's assistant, she was also the deputy patriarch's trusted female attendant. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. He spent the majority of his time cultivating. The qi of half-step true spirit within his body was extremely pure, and its compatibility with the heaven-earth lightning yuan qi was increasing day by day. He sat down for a while, and the lightning yuan qi in the air above the hall started to gather. Breaking through to the true spirit realm wasn't hard at all for Zhao Feng. All he needed now was a period of time to condense his own source of true spirit within his dantian. The source of true spirit was the source of the chi of true spirit. At the same time, it gathered the essence of life. 4 to 5 days passed. The chi of half-step true spirit within Zhao Feng's body became purer and purer, and the liquid true force within his body formed the shape of raindrops. The true force within these liquid raindrops was already comparable to the chi of true spirit and was still being refined. The heaven-earth lightning yuan qi above Zhao Feng's head became denser and gathered into his body, cleansing his meridians and causing his body and qi of half-step true spirit to change. Just one last step. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and the raindrops of true force within his body started to merge, refine, condense, and slowly revolve, as if forming a small spring. Chapter 314. Iron Blood Religion, 1000 Water Chapter. The sky above the new chapter leader's hall crackled with lightning. The lightning yuan qi in this area was abnormally active. In the end, rings of faint purple electric arcs could be seen in the sky. They interweaved like silk threads and extinguished like fireworks, forming a magnificent scene. Within a 10-mile radius, those at or above the ascended realm could feel the scene. No wonder he's someone the Deputy Patriarch has high hopes for. He's not even 17, but has reached the true spirit realm. Such a genius is rare even in the entire Canopy Great Country. Dai Ye's eyes twinkled. As an assistant, she protected Zhao Feng. With her many years of experience, Zhao Feng's breakthrough to the true spirit realm was abnormally smooth, and there were almost no bottlenecks. The entire process was as smooth as water flowing through a canal. The commotion of the new chapter leader had alarmed the upper echelon of the 1000 Water Chapter. Yun Sha and Chun Mingjin's expressions were slightly solemn. This Zhao Feng isn't a normal genius. Back then, we were still struggling at the 6th sky of the ascended realm. Furthermore, he has a special eye bloodline. Chun Mingjin's eyebrows furrowed as she felt that the situation was troublesome. If Zhao Feng hadn't reached the true spirit realm, in their eyes he was just an ant with a backer. On the surface, it wasn't easy to deal with him, but in the dark they could make him retreat. However, now that Zhao Feng had reached the true spirit realm, the situation was different. Once one reached the true spirit realm, one would no longer be mortal. This sentence was also applicable in the Canopy Great Country. Once one reached the true spirit realm, their lifespan and strength would increase dramatically. If he reaches the true spirit realm, it will indeed be troublesome to deal with him. Those with bloodlines are usually stronger than others of the same cultivation, and he has the 3-flowered, treasured lotus. Yun Sha's expression kept changing. With their peak true human rank cultivation and powerful battle power, they didn't put normal true human rank cultivators in their eyes. However, Zhao Feng had too many things to rely on. The Deputy Patriarch's attention, his talent and potential, his unique eye bloodline, his fame that shook the country, and the treasures in his hands, all of this pushed his reputation and foundation to an even higher level. No, he had to stop him from reaching the true spirit realm. Everyone knew that every successful attempt to break through to the true spirit realm was influenced by luck, state of mind, spiritual core, and many other factors. As long as he successfully interrupts it once, the next time he wants to attack, he might not have the help of these factors, and the success rate will be greatly reduced. A trace of coldness flashed in Xue Sha's eyes. "You're crazy. If the deputy sect master finds out, you'll lose a layer of skin even if you don't die." Chun Mingjin was shocked. "Humph, we can't let our own people do it. This requires external help." Xue Sha's face was cold. "Borrowing external forces? Are you thinking of—" A look of realization appeared on Chun Mingjin's face. Recently, the 1000 Water Division hadn't faced any major crisis. The only problem was the dispute with the Yun branch family. The Yun branch family had charged into the Thousand Water Branch's crystal mine and killed a member of the Iron Blood branch. If that brat wants to condense his source of true spirit, he will need around 10 more days. During this time, we can deal with the Yun family's branch family and blow things up. Once the two forces go to war, in that kind of big situation, he won't be able to stay out of it. Shui Sha licked his lips as a cruel expression appeared on his face. Chun Mingjin thought for a while and nodded her head faintly. She had to admit that this was the best plan. They couldn't do it themselves and needed external help. That external help was the Yun side family and the Thousand Water chapter's biggest opponent. For the next 2 days, the conflict between the Iron Blood division and the Yun side family continued to expand. Neither side was willing to give way. The Iron Blood religion had always been tough, and since the Yun side family had killed someone, the Iron Blood religion obviously wouldn't let it go. This was the Iron Blood religion's way of doing things. Less than 3 days later, the battle between the Iron Blood religion and the Yun side family rose to another level. At the beginning, it was only between those at the Ascended Realm and at most the half-step True Spirit Realm. Then, experts at the True Human rank joined the battle. The two sides clashed, and a few small skirmishes occurred which became more and more intense. On the 5th day, Shui Sha and Qin Mingjin also joined the battle and killed a True Human rank from the Yun side family and heavily injured 2 others. Then, the head of the Yun side family, a True Mystic rank expert, killed a True Human rank from the Iron Blood religion. The situation continued to expand. What's going on? Why is the Yun side cooperating with us? Shui Sha and Qin Mingjin were both surprised. In the past, the head of the Yun side family, a True Mystic rank expert, was getting old and didn't want to fight for power. Therefore, he usually tried to avoid conflict with the Iron Blood religion chapter. However, this time was extremely abnormal. First, the Yun side family killed someone. Then, the Iron Blood religion counterattacked, and the Yun side family attacked. There was no need for Shui Sha and Chen Mingjin to plan. Everything was going too smoothly. Is there some sort of problem here? Why would a branch family of the Yun clan dare to clash with us? Although they have a True Mystic rank expert, the 2 of us teaming up will win more than we lose. More importantly, our middle and lower tier instructors and spies are everywhere. Deputy Branch Leader Qin Mingjin felt uneasy. Reporting to Deputy Chapter Leader, the situation isn't good. The 100 Flower chapter has ambushed our spies. Several female members were raped, and their corpses were thrown in front of the chapter. A member at Half-Step True Spirit Realm hurriedly reported. 100 Flower chapter. Shui Sha and Qin Mingjin's expressions changed dramatically, and their hearts dropped. In this period of time, the 100 Flower chapter's movements had been weird, and one of the leading figures of this generation, the Fan-Flying Bandit, had obtained many benefits from the Water Moon Treasury, especially the Water Moon God Peach Fan. His strength had increased dramatically. The 100 Flower chapter specialized in ambushing and using despicable methods to work with the Yun side family would pose a great danger to the Iron Blood religion chapter. The situation isn't good. Shui Sha and Qin Mingjin couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the same day, the Iron Blood religion chapter was attacked by the Yun side family and the 100 Flower chapter. On the surface, there were many members of the Iron Blood religion. They had their own plans in the open and in the dark. However, no one would have thought that the Yun side family would team up with the infamous 100 Flower chapter. On the 7th day, the Iron Blood religion's losses became greater and greater. If this continued, the Thousand Water chapter would be in danger of being destroyed. If that bastard Zhao Feng is willing to apologize, the Yun side family can give up on attacking the Iron Blood religion chapter. A white-robed old man with a face full of vicissitudes floated in the air. His body was like a feather that was weightless. His chi of true spirit connected to the heaven and earth and gave off a powerful aura. Normal true human rank experts would feel their heart tremble when facing him, and their chi of true spirit would become uneasy. This old, white, clothed elder was the head of the Yun side family and an expert at the true mystic rank. Had the chapter leader apologized? Our chapter leader has just taken over and hasn't even taken half a step out of the 1,000-water chapter. When did we offend the Yun side family? Xue Sha and the others were baffled. They felt that something was wrong. Zhao Feng had just arrived at the 1,000-water chapter. How did he cause such trouble? Humph! Your new chapter leader destroyed my grandson Yun Haiyang's arm in a spar at the flooding Lake City. Haiyang was once the top genius of a branch family of the Qianshui Yun family. Later, he was recommended to the main branch of the Yun family. His future seemed limitless, but he was crippled by that brute and poisoned with a cold poison that almost caused his cultivation base to regress. Right now, he's recovering at home. The head of the Yun side family's voice was filled with coldness and anger. Hearing this, the people of the Iron Blood religion looked at each other in dismay. They had heard of Yun Haiyang before. He was the #1 genius of the 1,000-water Yun family and the grandson of the previous head. However, what was unexpected was that Yun Haiyang had such a grudge with the new chapter leader. Back at the flooding Lake City, Yun Haiyang was jealous and challenged Zhao Feng to an archery duel. That battle was extremely dangerous, and Zhao Feng didn't dare to let his guard down. He used his full strength to seal this brat in ice and destroy one of his arms. Luckily, the flooding Lake City lord had saved him in time, or else Yun Haiyang would have turned into an ice sculpture. Afterwards, Yun Haiyang's injuries were unimaginable. The Luoho Bao's cold power clashed with his own power and created a poison that entered his bones and meridians. For the past half a year, Yun Haiyang had been bedridden and his cultivation had regressed. His potential had been greatly reduced, and it would be hard for him to reach the true spirit realm. Coincidentally this time, the new chapter leader of the Iron Blood religion naturally wanted to know about such a key person. However, upon investigation, they found that this brat was the culprit behind his grandson's injuries. Zhao Feng, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for making too many enemies. You escaped the marriage in the flooding Lake City, crippled my grandson, and stole the Water Moon treasury of the 100-flower chapter. If it wasn't for the fan-flying bandits' suggestion of working together and splitting the profits, I wouldn't have acted immediately. The head of the Yun family snickered coldly in his heart. The fan-flying bandit of the 100-flower chapter had successfully refined the Water Moon God Peach fan and was half a step into the true mystic rank. In terms of battle power, the fan-flying bandit wasn't any weaker than him and was even more vicious. Yun Sha's side was under a lot of pressure. This was because the Yun family and 100-flower chapter were attacking at the same time, and he had to deal with the Yun family. Chen Mingjin was responsible for dealing with the 100-flower chapter. Deputy chapter leader, things aren't good. Chapter leader Chen has been defeated and taken away by the fan-flying bandit. A figure flashed over. What? Chun Mingjin had been kidnapped? Yun Sha took in a cold breath as cold sweat appeared on his back. He knew Chen Mingjin's strength, and she had fought against him for many years. Such a female expert had been defeated by the fan-flying bandit and taken away. Iron Blood chapter. Hand over Zhao Feng within 3 days. The head of the Yun family said coldly. 1,000-water chapter, chapter leader's hall. Reporting to chapter leader, things aren't good. The Yun family and 100-flower chapter have teamed up to attack the 1,000-water chapter. The 2 deputy chapter leaders want you to take charge. Someone came to report. Dai Yi stood at the entrance of the hall and didn't say anything. She was only responsible for protecting Zhao Feng. Fuck off. Zhao Feng only said one word. He thought in his heart that Yun Sha definitely wanted to ruin his chance to reach the true spirit realm. At this point in time, the source of true spirit within his dantian had started to form and was about the size of a thumb. Right at this moment in time, the situation changed. Within his dantian, the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit and Zhao Feng's source of true spirit formed a mysterious bridge. This source of true spirit was 10 times stronger than Zhao Feng's source of true spirit. A transparent stream of true spirit formed a book. Chapter 315. The Mystic Flower Treasured Bible that had been destroyed by Zhao Feng in the Water Moon Treasury had appeared in another form in the Water Moon Pirate's sealed source of true spirit. Water Moon Pirate, you still couldn't bear to let your secret art be lost and left behind such a method. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye gazed at the book formed from the chi of true spirit and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he deeply felt the Water Moon Pirate's meticulous planning for 100 years without a single mistake. In that era, the Water Moon Pirate didn't have the strength to dominate the world, but he was able to roam the great country. Not only did he rely on strength and treasures, he also relied on his intelligence. Shua. Zhao Feng circulated his god's spiritual eye and scanned the book formed from the chi of true spirit. The contents of the book were copied by Zhao Feng. The god's spiritual eye had awakened many times, and its power had become stronger. Even the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible, which was comparable to a high-tier spiritual grade skill, was absorbed by Zhao Feng with a single glance. Soon, a book that represented the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible appeared in his mind. Zhao Feng hastily scanned the contents of the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible. In terms of skills, the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible was close to the high-tier spiritual grade, but it was just an overview that had absorbed the 100-flower chapter and many other wicked skills. Simply put, this was an encyclopedia of the evil path's cultivation techniques. There were all kinds of secret arts, all of them the quintessence. Therefore, in terms of value, the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible could be compared to Zhao Feng's lightning inheritance. The only difference was that the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible couldn't help a cultivator reach the origin core realm, while the lightning inheritance had a certain chance of success. The Mystic Flower Treasured Bible has a weird style and has countless methods. It specializes in speed and movement and can make up for some of the shortcomings of the lightning inheritance. This was the first time Zhao Feng had read the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible, and he was stunned. The lightning inheritance was more abstract and focused on intent. On the other hand, the Mystic Flower Treasured Bible was very practical and could be used in any environment. Discard the dross and extract the essence. Zhao Feng made his decision. With the Mystic Flower Treasured Canon, he did not need other cultivation methods to supplement him. For the next 2 days, Zhao Feng concentrated on cultivating in seclusion. In the sky above the branch master's great hall, the lightning Yuan Qi gathered was several times denser than before. It even formed a certain amount of thunderclouds, its momentum horrifying. Just the aura from breaking through to the true spirit realm is several times stronger than normal. Dai Yi stood guard outside the hall, her heart pounding. At this moment in time, the lightning clouds above the hall had already surpassed normal early-stage true human ranks. According to normal classifications, those that had just stepped into the true human rank could only be considered at the beginning stages of the true human rank and would need a period of training to reach the early stages of the true human rank. There were 3 main reasons why Zhao Feng's aura was so strong when he broke through to the true spirit realm. Firstly, the lightning inheritance was very powerful. The power of lightning was one of the most powerful energies in the world, and it could basically restrain the majority of elemental energies. Secondly, Zhao Feng's mental energy level was high, and his god's spiritual eye source of mental energy was extremely strong. Thirdly, a part of the Water Moon Pirate's pure source of true spirit had merged with Zhao Feng's. Apart from that, there was also the 3-flowered treasured lotus. Therefore, even though Zhao Feng's source of true spirit had just formed, it wasn't small and was still being refined. Boom! The clouds of lightning above the hall shook and then merged into Zhao Feng's source of true spirit and started to refine it. At a certain point in time, the lightning shadows that lingered in the sky quickly disappeared. Immediately after, a new aura of true spirit, filled with a destructive aura, spread across several miles. At that moment, everyone in the Iron Blood religion chapter felt a shocking aura. He succeeded. Dai Yi seemed to let go of a heavy burden as surprise flashed in her eyes. The aura of Zhao Feng breaking through to the true spirit realm was too strong. He had just broken through and was already giving off such a terrifying aura. On the continent, only a few supreme experts who had advanced in their cultivation would have such power that far surpassed ordinary people. For example, when the sword Saint Yi Wuxia reached the true spirit realm, a surge of sword qi shot into the sky and forced back several experts at the true spirit realm who were chasing him. According to the records, when the Scarlet Moon religion patriarch reached the true spirit realm, everything within 10 miles turned blood red. This was a bad omen. When Zhao Feng reached the true spirit realm, thunder could be heard within 10 miles and his body felt numb. Chapter leader, Deputy Chapter Leader Qin, has been kidnapped by the Fan-Flying Bandit. The head of the Yun family and the Fan-Flying Bandit have said that if Chapter Leader doesn't come out in 3 days, they'll destroy the Iron Blood religion chapter. Outside the hall, a figure trembled as he kneeled on the ground. At this moment, when Zhao Feng had broken through to the true spirit realm, the aura of lightning was extremely strong, and even normal true human rank experts would be shocked. Fuck off. A thunderous voice sounded in the air like the voice of the god of thunder. Yes, yes. The half-step true spirit realm expert's soul almost flew out of his body. This new chapter leader's roar had almost caused his mind to collapse. Normal true human rank experts didn't have such power. He should need to consolidate his source of true spirit. It's not good for him to act now. Dai Yi thought in her heart. Inside the hall, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged. His blue hair was wild and his body was surrounded by arcs of azure lightning that were even thinner than spider webs. At the same time, on his forehead, a star like lightning seal appeared and disappeared, just like the floating crest lightning seal that Zhao Feng had obtained in the floating crest palace. Dai Ye's guess was only half correct. Not only did Zhao Feng need to consolidate his source of true spirit, he also needed to strengthen it. Not only did he need to strengthen it, he also needed to consolidate the second floor of the lightning inheritance. Before, when he cultivated the lightning inheritance, he was restricted by his cultivation and had reached a bottleneck. Now that he had broken through to the true spirit realm, his sense of heaven-earth yuan qi had reached a whole new level and was even stronger than normal true human rank experts. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed across the hall once more, and this time it was even stronger than before. What's going on? Didn't he just reach the true spirit realm? Why is his aura increasing again? Dai Yi was filled with disbelief. In reality, Zhao Feng's source of true spirit had merged with the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit and was close to the early stage true human rank. One had to know that the Water Moon Pirate's cultivation had reached the peak true mystic rank and was half a step into the true lord rank. The source of true spirit he had left behind was obviously strong. Zhao Feng used the aura and senses of his breakthrough to enter the second floor of the lightning inheritance and summon the heaven-earth lightning yuan qi. At the same time, the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit helped him absorb the heaven-earth lightning yuan qi and strengthen Zhao Feng's source of true spirit. Time continued to pass by. The lightning yuan qi above the chapter leader's hall trembled violently, and the power was comparable to the true mystic rank. The rolling lightning clouds were 100 yards wide and condensed above Zhao Feng's head. At this point in time, normal true human rank experts didn't dare to get too close to Zhao Feng. If the terrifying lightning clouds landed, not only would Zhao Feng die, the nearby true spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Wang, the 3-flowered treasured lotus under Zhao Feng blossomed with transparent petals and increased the absorption of heaven-earth yuan qi. The three-flowered treasured lotus also increased Zhao Feng's cultivation. Zhezhe, there's only 1 day left. If Zhao Feng doesn't come out, then this beautiful deputy chapter leader will become our plaything. The robed fan-flying bandit laughed savagely. The Yunside family and 100 Flower Chapter's forces completely locked down the 1,000 Water Chapter. Deputy Chapter Leader Qinmingjin was tied up by the 100 Flower Chapter, and her face was filled with humiliation and anger. The reason why she was captured wasn't because she wasn't strong enough, but because she had been poisoned by a unique fragrance that the fan-flying bandit had taken from the Water Moon treasury. At this point in time, the deputy chapter leader led the upper echelon of the chapter and didn't come out. The Yun Side family and 100 Flower Chapter didn't dare to be too ruthless. The Iron Blood religion was extremely powerful in the Great Country and had signs of suppressing the Imperials. The fan-flying bandit's main goal was to vent his anger and take back the treasure that belonged to him. The head of the Yun Side family wanted to cry out for his crippled grandson. Behind the Yun Side family was the main Yun family. That Zhao Feng has obviously reached the true spirit realm, and he still hasn't come out. The Yun Sha gritted his teeth in anger. At such a critical moment, Zhao Feng, the real 1,000 Water Chapter leader, was hiding in his shell. At this point in time, how would the Yun Sha have the time to plot against Zhao Feng? The 1,000 Water Chapter was in the biggest danger it had faced in the past 10 years, and they had to use all of their forces to barely block the attacks from both sides. Time passed by slowly. The Yun Sha felt like a year, and Chen Mingjin, who was being held hostage, was also suffering. Bitterness appeared on the corner of their mouths. They had originally wanted to plot against Zhao Feng, but they had burned themselves by playing with fire. Not only had they failed to plot against Zhao Feng, they had even been brought to disaster by the latter. The Yun Sha fiends even suspected that this Zhao Feng was a jinx. Going to the Flooding Lake City to escape marriage, going to the Transverse Water Stronghold to steal the Transverse Water Stronghold, going to the Canopy Capital to kidnap Empress Qin. Now he had come to the 1,000 Water Chapter, and they hadn't even schemed against him, but they had already brought disaster upon themselves. The Yun Side family and 100 Flower Chapter were all enemies of Zhao Feng. What made them angry was that the pressure that should have been borne by Zhao Feng was being borne by the 2 chapter leaders. It's almost noon. If Zhao Feng doesn't come out, we'll first humiliate this beautiful deputy chapter leader before killing our way into the 1,000 Water Chapter. The fan-flying bandit threatened. The Yun family head snickered coldly and raised his hand, preparing to charge into the 1,000 Water Chapter. The main Yun family was also one of the 8 super forces of the Great Country. It was hard for the main family and the main headquarters to support each other, or else the balance would be lost. Therefore, the Yun family head was only wary, but not afraid of the Iron Blood religion. Boom! Thunder exploded in the air above the 1,000 Water Chapter, and everyone within 100 miles could see it. Many people felt their hearts become heavy and uneasy. At the same time, the lightning clouds above the chapter leader's hall dissipated. An azure lightning symbol appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead. Shua! His figure disappeared from where he stood. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, dragging a beautiful arc of lightning behind it. Chapter leader has come out. Dai Yi smiled faintly, and her voice spread everywhere. Chapter leader has come out. The entire 1,000 Water Division was shaken. Everyone stared at the bolt of lightning that tore through the dark clouds and pierced through the sky. Chapter 316. The Iron Blood Religion Chapter. The head of the Yun family and the fan-flying bandits group were in 2 different areas, blocking the entrance. These 2 factions, the righteous and evil, worked together in the open and in the dark to force the 1,000 Water branch into this dangerous situation. If there wasn't any reinforcements, the 1,000 Water Chapter might be removed from the 1,000 Water River. Yun Sha's heart was filled with anger and hatred. All of this was brought about by the new chapter leader. The face of the kidnapped deputy chapter leader, Qinmingjin, was filled with sorrow and humiliation. The few hundred flowers, gate thieves beside her looked at her with all kinds of evil intentions in their eyes. Their faces were filled with lewd smiles. As long as the fan-flying bandit gave the order, she couldn't imagine her fate. The sad thing was that the new chapter leader was in seclusion and didn't come out. The two originally wanted to lure the enemies to deal with Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng himself was a star of calamity. He had only been in the Thousand Water chapter for a few days, and he had already brought such a disaster. This Zhao Feng has already reached the true spirit realm, but he still hasn't come out. If he and Dai Yi came to help, we would have two more experts at the true spirit realm and have a bit more hope. The more Yun Sha thought about it, the angrier he became. His anger couldn't be vented. He had sent people to invite the deputy chapter leader and Dai Yi several times, but the reply he got was only one word: "Fuck off!" Right at this moment, a clap of thunder shook the sky. Chapter leader has come out. After the rumbling of thunder, a shadow of lightning streaked across the horizon like a magnificent ray of lightning. The Thousand Water chapter shook as the experts were attracted by the newly formed Qi of True Spirit. Within a radius of 10 miles, one could see that magnificent phantom of lightning. The experts at the True Spirit realm from the three sides all spread out their spiritual senses. "Zhao Feng, you're finally willing to come out." Yun Sha's anger couldn't be quelled. However, the fan-flying bandit and head of the Yun family's reactions were even more intense. "Zhao Feng!" The fan-flying bandit's voice trembled as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. It was an unforgettable hatred that would either kill him or he would live. "You are that Zhao Feng, the one who ruined my grandson's future, the hope of my Qianshui Yun family." The Yun family patriarch's face was filled with grief, anger, and killing intent. The reactions of the two experts gave Yun Sha a fright. This was especially true for the fan-flying bandit, who wanted to devour Zhao Feng's flesh. Pong! The lightning figure that tore through the air was unbelievably fast. It carried a destructive aura as it descended from the sky. The expressions of those at the true spirit realm changed dramatically. This wasn't the aura of someone who had just broken through to the true spirit realm. "Greetings, branch leader." Everyone in the Iron Blood religion division bowed towards Zhao Feng. Shui Sha secretly gritted his teeth, but he had to flatter him on the surface. "Lord Branch Leader, the Yun side family and 100 Flower chapter have surrounded the division, and the situation is extremely dangerous. We hope that Lord Branch Leader can lead us to destroy the enemy." He was very crafty, immediately putting a high hat on Zhao Feng's head. At that time, even if the Thousand Water chapter was destroyed, the cause would be Zhao Feng, and the leader would be Zhao Feng. He wouldn't need to take any responsibility. The head of the Yun family and the fan-flying bandit felt the aura from Zhao Feng's body, and their hearts shook. In the past, no matter how strong Zhao Feng was, he was only a brat at the Ascended Realm. However, now that he had broken through to the true spirit realm, it would be difficult to deal with him. "Everyone listen up." Zhao Feng's voice boomed in the minds of the upper echelon of the Iron Blood religion division. This voice directly entered the mental energy dimension and was much more profound than normal spiritual senses. What a powerful mental energy aura! The upper echelon of the Thousand Water chapter trembled as they listened to the order. "Deputy chapter leader Shui Sha, when the battle starts, you will lead Elder Gao to stall and block the head of the Yun family. It will only take half the time it takes to make tea. If you fail, I'll hold you responsible." Zhao Feng's voice boomed like thunder. "Yes, sir." Shui Sha snickered coldly in his heart. From his point of view, this order was courting death. After Qinmingjin was captured, Shui Sha and Elder Gao were the strongest in the chapter, and together, they could fight against normal, true mystic ranks for a while. Furthermore, the head of the Yun family was old and not at the peak true mystic rank. However, apart from the head of the Yun family, there was another big threat. That was the fan-flying bandit. From a certain perspective, the fan-flying bandit was the biggest threat. This bandit was half a step into the true mystic rank and had the water moon god peach fan, which had offensive power comparable to normal true mystic ranks. Furthermore, the fan-flying bandit was the leader of the 100-flower chapter of the Wicked Path and had all kinds of methods that were hard to defend against. Chun Mingjin had been accidentally hit. Understood. Deputy chapter leader Shueisha and I can barely complete the mission, but the fan-flying bandit. Elder Gao was puzzled. Just do your job. I'll personally take care of the fan-flying bandit. Zhao Feng said expressionlessly. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Zhao Feng had finished his orders. His god's spiritual eye scanned across the scene. Although he had just arrived, his grasp of the situation was clearer than both sides. Ha ha ha! This brat thinks too highly of himself and thinks the fan-flying bandit is easy to deal with. Shueisha was overjoyed. If it was before, his chances of winning against the fan-flying bandit was around 6-4. This meant that the fan-flying bandit before wasn't Shueisha's match. But now, the fan-flying bandit had obtained the Water Moon God Peach fan and the treasures of the Water Moon Treasury. Now, even Shueisha didn't have a high chance of winning against the fan-flying bandit. Zhao Feng's decision made Shueisha overjoyed. The only worry was how to report back to the headquarters after the chapter was defeated. Zhao Feng, if you're willing to apologize, maybe there's a sliver of hope. The head of the Yun family said in a low tone with a cold expression. Ha ha ha. Zhao Feng, even if you kowtow to me and hand over all the treasures, I won't let you go. The fan-flying bandit laughed wickedly, and the water moon god peach fan in his hand was surrounded by a layer of ice-blue water. The terrifying power was enough to instantly kill normal, true human rank cultivators. Zhao Feng didn't bother with the fan-flying bandit and led the Iron Blood Religion chapter towards the Yun side family. So, Shueisha and Elder Gao followed the plan and charged towards the head of the Yun side family. In a short amount of time, they were confident they could stall this true mystic rank elder. However, they were curious why Zhao Feng was also charging towards the Yun side family. Wasn't he going to deal with the fan-flying bandit? Pong! Zhao Feng's figure suddenly became faint, and a wave of azure lightning spread out in the air. A lightning figure quickly approached a true human rank elder of the Yun side family. His speed was extremely fast, and wherever he went, a powerful shockwave of electricity would paralyze a large number of middle-level experts of the Yun family branch family. Some of them were even charred black and on the verge of death. What a fast speed! I want to see the strength of this new branch leader. The heart of the Yun family elder shuddered, but he did not retreat. After all, he was an old true spirit realm expert and had reached the early stages of the true human rank. Why would he be afraid of a junior that had just reached the true spirit realm? The speed of Zhao Feng's cyan lightning figure suddenly increased, shocking the Yun family elder. How could he have known that Zhao Feng had concealed his speed earlier? In the lightning inheritance, he comprehended the power of lightning, which contained the profoundness of speed. Zhao Feng's previous speed had been slightly reserved, and he was now using the profoundness of the inheritance to increase his speed dramatically. Wang, the cyan lightning around Zhao Feng increased in power and instantly swept across a radius of 20 to 30 yards. Anyone under the true spirit realm would either be instantly killed or paralyzed and lose the ability to fight. The Yun family elder was caught off guard by Zhao Feng's sudden increase in speed and felt his body go numb. This numbness wasn't enough to make him lose the ability to fight back, but it could make him slightly slower. Blade of lightning! Zhao Feng condensed a 1-meter-long blade of lightning in his hand. The lightning vibrated at a high frequency, like a sharp chainsaw, It fiercely stabbed towards the true force layer that the Yun family elder had hastily activated. Zhao Feng's blade of lightning was extremely sharp and destructive. It had a numbing effect and was extremely fast as well. It instantly pierced through the Yun family elder's defense. Ah! The Yun family elder screamed as he was pierced by the blade of lightning. A black hole was left on his chest and his body went numb. After the lightning blade struck out, it instantly collapsed. The electricity was scattered, and its destructive power was further increased. Plop! A charred body was left on the ground. An early-stage true human rank Yun family elder had been slain by Zhao Feng. Those from the Yun side family took in a cold breath as their hearts trembled. Those that were about to attack Zhao Feng froze in their steps and felt their breathing and throats become blocked. The reason why the Yun family elder had lost so quickly was because he had underestimated Zhao Feng. Who would have thought that a junior that had just reached the true spirit realm would have such strong battle power? This Zhao Feng dares to ignore me. On the other side, the fan-flying bandit was enraged as his expression became cold and filled with hatred. Zhao Feng was his only target. He wanted to turn this brat into dust and take back the water moon treasury that belonged to him. From the start of the battle, he had locked onto Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng didn't even bother with him as if he was air and charged towards the Yun family. He roared and leapt toward Zhao Feng. He then watched as Zhao Feng clashed with the true spirit realm expert and was secretly overjoyed as he prepared to kill him from behind. However, he saw the scene of Zhao Feng killing the Yun family elder in one slash. The fan-flying bandit couldn't help but shake. Although the Yun family elder had underestimated Zhao Feng, the newly ascended Zhao Feng was several times more terrifying than he had imagined. Zhao Feng, hurry up and die. The fan-flying bandit held the water moon god Peach fan and was also extremely confident. After the defeat in the transverse water stronghold, he had used his unique skill to refine the water moon god Peach fan and use some of the treasures in the water moon treasury to increase his strength. At this point in time, Zhao Feng turned around and smiled towards the fan-flying bandit. He obviously didn't ignore the fan-flying bandit. However, the fan-flying bandit, who was the hardest to deal with in everyone else's eyes, was actually easy to deal with in Zhao Feng's eyes. This was because he had grasped the fan-flying bandit's emotions and goal. After the defeat last time, the fan-flying bandit hated Zhao Feng to the core, and this hatred had left a shadow in his heart. Therefore, Zhao Feng was certain that the fan-flying bandit would kill him at all costs. However, Zhao Feng didn't let him do as he wished and purposely ignored him. While he stalled the fan-flying bandit, he charged into the Yun side family and killed an elder. Killing an elder of the Yun side family wasn't aimlessly. This was part of Zhao Feng's plan. This was because there were several true human rank elders of the Yun side family, and he needed to kill at least one of them in order to reduce the pressure on the Iron Blood religion branch.